Today is a big day for me because I'm at home, surrounded by walls full of memories. Jack is here too, looking so proud and happy. He's exploring the rooms with excitement, and I can't help but feel his energy rubbing off on me. We're in the main part of my family's house, the place where my dad's dreams came true. My dad worked really hard to make this place amazing, and now it's worth a whopping $100 million. It's like his legacy, something he left behind for me when he passed away. Now, without my dad by my side, my husband wants a piece of our family's legacy. He insists that what used to be mine alone should now belong to both of us. But I know better. I have proof. Papers with my name, Sarah, as the rightful owner. At 42, I work in the digital world, thanks to my job at an online bank. This career wasn't just a whim, it was shaped by the values my parents taught me about money management. They showed me how important it is to be responsible with finances, lessons I still carry with me today. Growing up with money, my parents taught me to respect it and not take it for granted. Despite our wealth, they made sure I didn't grow up spoiled. My allowance was just like everyone else's, and we didn't eat fancy meals all the time. I went to a regular public school, not some fancy private one. But somehow, rumors about us being super rich spread anyway. People thought my life was all about luxury and fun because of our big house and money. Sarah, with your huge house and all your money, life must be easy, right? You must have all the cool gadgets and games. Can we come over and play? People often asked me these questions, thinking I had everything. But the truth was, my life wasn't as extravagant as they thought. I didn't have the newest toys or gaming consoles, but people still assumed I did. Sometimes it felt like everyone just wanted to be my friend because of my family's money. Sarah, you're rich, right? Can you lend me some money? People asking for money always made me uneasy. It felt like they didn't understand the values my parents taught me. Then, I got into a tough spot when I accidentally broke Maria's gaming console. I didn't have any money at that moment, which made things even worse. Around the same time, Julie and I became classmates. She asked if I had told my parents about the accident, but I was too scared of disappointing them to say anything. I can't tell them. They might get mad. That's why I'm asking you, Sarah, she confessed. Saying no felt awful, especially since I didn't want things to be awkward at school. But my parents were clear about not lending money, so I had to apologize to Julie and explain that I couldn't help. After I couldn't help Julie, she ended up crying. And soon rumors started flying around. People accused me of not helping a friend in need, even though my family was well off. I tried to explain that I didn't have any money to spare, but it didn't seem to matter. Then, Maria said something that really hurt. She suggested that I cared more about money than friendship. Things got worse when Maria and Julie started spreading lies, saying I owed them money and refused to pay for the broken console. The school found out the truth eventually and scolded Maria and Julie. But instead of stopping, the rumors got worse and even reached my parents. My dad decided to deal with it and organized a meeting with their families. Even though they said sorry, I decided to stay away from Maria and Julie after that. I still had to deal with their looks and whispers, but at least there were no more direct confrontations. During dinner that night, my dad shared advice that stuck with me for years. He said it's important to stand by your decisions, especially when it comes to money. Sarah, it's okay to say no, he said with a smile. You don't have to tell anyone about your finances. If someone keeps asking, just say you'll have to check with your parents, even if you know you can't lend money. This lesson about handling money matters gracefully and firmly became really important to me. As I grew up, I became more careful about who I let into my life, focusing on friendships based on character, not money. After university, I made sure to keep my work and personal life separate, avoiding any financial complications. This whole experience taught me the importance of setting boundaries in both friendships and finances, and it's shaped who I am today. When I was 35, I met Jack through a friend, and despite him being a bit younger, his genuine personality quickly won me over. We started casually dating, and before long, it turned into something serious. 2 years later, we had a beautiful wedding, which made my parents really happy. After we'd been married for about a month, my dad suggested that Jack come over to our house. I trusted Jack, but I was worried that he might accidentally reveal some private family stuff because he loves to talk. Still, after a month of marriage, I felt ready to let him in on everything about my family. So I invited him to visit my parents' house. Jack was amazed when he saw my family's house. His surprise was obvious, showing that he hadn't realized how well off my family was. Even though the visit went well, Jack couldn't stop asking about our money on the way home. I didn't know much about our finances myself, so his questions made me feel uneasy. A few months after we got married, my mom called to tell me that my dad was in the hospital. It was a shock, especially since I didn't know he was having health problems. Thinking back to our last visit, I remembered how he didn't seem well, and now I felt really worried and guilty. When I went to the hospital with my mom that Saturday, my dad tried to stay cheerful, but we could tell he was feeling down. He apologized for what he saw as a burden to us, showing his gentle nature. Then the doctors told us he had advanced pancreatic cancer, and it had spread too much for surgery. It was like a punch to the gut. We couldn't believe someone as health-conscious as my dad could get so sick. After the diagnosis, my dad stayed strong. He just wanted us to be happy, which made us all tear up. I wanted to spend every moment with him, but hospital rules meant only close family could visit. He wished for our friends to be around to make happy memories at home, which reminded us of the life he wanted for us. So I promised to keep our home full of joy, even after he was gone. Keeping that promise became really important to me. I decided to renovate our family home, something to focus on during such a tough time. Jack, always caring, worried about how much I was doing for my dad, not realizing the other stuff I was dealing with, like our family's estate issues that I hadn't told him about. When Jack asked about my dad's health, I finally opened up to him about everything we were going through. It was a relief to have the support while juggling work, hospital visits, and all the emotions. However, things got tense when Jack started asking about my dad's money and the family estate. He even suggested getting legal advice, just in case something happened to my mom too. It brought up painful memories for me. My dad had a lawyer he trusted, but Jack's insistence on being cautious with money started causing problems between us. A few months later, my dad passed away after bravely battling his illness. Then, the discussions about inheritance started within the family. I ended up getting a big house worth $5.5 million. But Jack's growing interest in the inheritance, despite me trying to keep him out of it, made things even harder. He was excited about moving into the mansion and kept asking about financial stuff, which caught me off guard. I later found out he'd been talking to my cousin at the funeral, who mentioned how the house would be a waste if it stayed empty. That just made things more complicated. Despite my attempts to explain to Jack that the inheritance wasn't something we shared, he didn't seem to listen. Our relationship started getting more hostile because of it. Even though he was there at my dad's funeral, Jack didn't help out with the memorial services or the legal stuff that followed. As things started to settle down and life went on, Jack dropped a bombshell. He said he changed the ownership of my family home to his name, and he had legal papers to prove it. I was shocked and hurt. Not only did he break my trust, but it also showed a huge lack of respect for our relationship and the boundaries we had. Dealing with inheritance issues brought up bigger problems in our marriage. We had to rethink what we valued, how much we trusted each other, and where our relationship was headed. When Jack told me he changed the ownership of our family home without telling me, I was shocked and hurt. He said he was tired of our marriage and suggested we live together as roommates in the house, with him not giving me much financial support. He even threatened divorce if I didn't agree, which was a lot to take in on top of everything else. I begged him to think about what he was doing and why he made such a big decision without talking to me. He said he'd talked to a lawyer about changing the ownership without my permission. Things got so bad that divorce seemed like the only way out. I was heartbroken and lost, feeling like I had to distance myself from the home and life I'd shared with Jack. I couldn't understand why he'd do something like this, and it felt like money had changed and for the worse. The next day, Jack demanded the house keys, saying the house was his now. This just made things worse. He tried to get into the house, but security stopped him. I showed them the real ownership papers, proving the house was mine because of my dad. Seeing the proof, Jack was shocked. He trusted a guy named Jerry to help him with legal stuff, and Jerry had lied to him. Jack had even given Jerry $360,000 to change the ownership, but it turned out to be a scam. Jack was really upset. He kept trying to call Jerry, but Jerry wouldn't answer. Jack was mad at him for tricking him and taking his money. Then he turned his anger on me, saying I spent too much money on things he thought were unnecessary. He even questioned if I understood how inheritance stuff worked. Even though Jack tried to fix things and suggested we give our marriage another chance, the trust between us was too broken. I asked the security guard to help him leave, closing a painful chapter of my life. In the months that followed, I had time to think about everything that happened. It made me realize how important trust and honesty are in a relationship. What happened with Jack, all the lies and betrayal, taught me to be careful not to let money cloud my judgment. During my dad's first memorial service at our family temple, Jack showed up unexpectedly. Since our divorce, things hadn't been going well for him. He didn't have a job, he had money problems, and it seemed like the people he trusted had let him down. He looked really sad and lost, standing there in contrast to the solemn occasion. As he tearfully tried to apologize, his actions unintentionally disrupted the memorial, causing a commotion among my relatives. Despite his emotional distress, I had to ask him to leave, and security had to step in to make sure it happened. It was a difficult moment, especially during such a solemn occasion, leaving me with mixed emotions, but also a strong desire to move forward and leave our past behind. I decided it was time to leave my parents' home, something I'd been planning for a while. I found a new place to live, cutting ties with Jack for good. Meanwhile, Jack kept coming to the family property, which we had turned into a rental villa. My mom and I ran the villa together, turning it into a happy place for many people to visit and enjoy. On his side, Jack seemed to be trying to make positive changes. He got a new job and was really focused on starting over. Turning our family home into a rental villa not only honored my dad's vision, but also created a welcoming place for guests from all walks of life. The villa, known for its stunning views and beautiful garden, became really popular. We hosted all sorts of events there, from small weddings to big family parties. Working on it with my mom brought us even closer and made us really happy. As the villa became more successful, we decided to add more stuff to make it even better. We put in a swimming pool, a cozy outdoor lounge, and a fun area for kids to play. We were really committed to making sure our guests had an amazing time, and it paid off. The villa became a top spot for people looking for a peaceful getaway and unforgettable experiences. This whole project wasn't just about making money. It was about making my dad's dream come true and creating special memories for our guests. Taking care of the villa's garden filled me with a deep sense of happiness. Seeing our family home turned into a place where people could come together, have fun, and make lasting memories made me really proud. I could almost imagine my father looking down with pride at what we had accomplished, bringing his dream to life. This venture not only fulfilled his vision but also gave us financial stability and a sense of freedom. Along the way, I learned important lessons about trust, money, and the strength needed to forge my own path, separate from the challenges of the past. In this journey of self-discovery, I discovered that facing difficulties can actually make you stronger and more determined. I heard news about Jack from friends, and it seemed like he was turning his life around, finding a meaningful job and learning from his mistakes. Seeing his progress gave me a sense of peace, knowing that both of us were moving forward and growing. My father's dream became a driving force for growth, not just for me and my mom, but for everyone who visited the rental villa. It became a place of joy and celebration, a sanctuary where people could create lasting memories. The success of the villa is a testament to my father's vision, reminding us of the values of resilience and hard work. Through this venture, we've created more than just a place to stay. It's a source of happiness, a place for making memories, and proof that dreaming big and putting in the effort can lead to incredible things.
The call came at 11:47 p.m., just as I was finally drifting off to sleep. Mom's ringtone, that specific wind chime sound I'd set to warn me of incoming drama, shattered my peace like a brick through glass. I'm Lindsay, and I've been the family fixer since I was old enough to spell responsibility. Baby, I hate to ask this, but we need your help. Mom's voice had that breathless quality it always got when money was involved. The roof is leaking so badly, and your father... Well, you know how he is with repairs. I did know, just like I knew the sound of tears being manufactured on the other end of the line. Mom, it's almost midnight. The water's coming in through the ceiling. Claire's helping us put buckets everywhere. We've gotten quotes, but no one will give us a loan without a co-signer. Your credit is so good, sweetie. Of course it was. I'd spent my entire adult life making sure of that, while watching my parents bounce from one financial disaster to another. "How much?" I asked, already reaching for my laptop. "Just 30,000. We found this wonderful contractor." 30,000? For a roof? Well, there's other damage too. Water damage. And we need to fix the gutters and... I heard shuffling, then Dad's voice came on the line. "Princess, how's my girl? Listen, I know it's a lot to ask, but you're the only one we can turn to. You've always been our rock. Their rock, their ATM, their safety net, the responsible one." "Let me talk to Claire," I said. More shuffling. "Hey, sis." My younger sister sounded tired. "It's pretty bad here. Water's definitely coming in. And you can't co-sign because... You know my credit's shit from that whole business with my startup. Please, Linz, they're really freaking out." I rubbed my temples, feeling the familiar pressure build. "Put Mom back on." "Oh, thank you, baby. I knew we could count on you. We can meet at the bank first thing tomorrow. I already have all the paperwork." "Of course you do," I muttered. "What was that?" "Nothing. Text me the details. I have an early meeting tomorrow." After hanging up, I stared at my phone's dark screen, seeing my own reflection. 31 years old, successful risk analyst, my own apartment, and still jumping when they pulled my strings. The next morning, I met them at Riverside Bank. Mom was wearing her best responsible borrower outfit, the navy blazer she saved for important occasions. Dad had actually combed his hair. Claire slouched in the corner, tapping away at her phone, probably updating her Instagram followers about some new product partnership. The loan officer, Ms. Martinez, laid out the documents. "So this is a home improvement loan, correct? For roof repairs?" "Yes," Mom said quickly. "Absolutely essential repairs." I scanned the paperwork. The interest rate wasn't terrible, but as a co-signer, I'd be equally responsible for the payments. "And you've gotten multiple quotes for the work?" "Of course, baby. We wouldn't dream of not doing our due diligence." Mom patted my hand. "You know how careful we are with money." I barely suppressed a snort. Dad shot me a warning look. "And when does the contractor start?" I asked. "Oh, well, we need to coordinate schedules." Mom waved her hand vaguely. "But soon. Very soon. We just need to get this paperwork done first." Something felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on what. Maybe it was the way Mom kept glancing at her watch, or how Dad was being unusually quiet. "Finally," Mom said, "we'll be able to go places in style." She caught herself. "I mean, we'll finally have a proper roof over our heads." I frowned. "What does that mean? Going places in style?" "Oh, nothing. Just thinking about how nice it'll be not to worry about leaks when we're out and about. Now, where do we sign?" My pen hovered over the signature line. Every instinct screamed at me to walk away. But then I made the mistake of looking up, into Mom's pleading eyes, Dad's encouraging smile, even Claire's bored but expectant expression. "Just this once," I said, more to myself than them. "But I want copies of all the contractor paperwork and receipts." Of course! Mom was already pushing the papers toward me. "You're such a blessing, Lindsay. What would we do without you?" As I signed my name, I had a sinking feeling I'd just made a massive mistake. But that's the thing about being the responsible one. Sometimes responsibility feels an awful lot like being trapped. Ms. Martinez collected the documents, and Mom practically bounced out of her chair. "This calls for a celebration. Lunch at Marino's? Can't, I said, gathering my things. Early meeting, remember? As I walked to my car, I heard Claire say, God, she's such a buzzkill sometimes. I pretended not to her. I was good at that. 3 weeks passed before I saw it. I was mindlessly scrolling through Instagram during my lunch break when Claire's latest post stopped my thumb dead in its tracks. There, gleaming in the sunlight of our parents' driveway, was a brand new Mercedes GLE coupe. My coffee mug slipped from my fingers, splattering across my desk. Whoa, you okay? Vincent from the next cubicle peered over. That's not like you to spill things. I turned my phone to show him the post. The caption read, Mom and Dad finally living their best life. New car. Deserved. No more minivan. Blessed. Nice car, Vincent said, then caught my expression. Not so nice? Remember that roof repair loan I co-signed for them 3 weeks ago? His eyes widened. No way. I was already dialing Claire's number. She picked up on the 4th ring. Hey, sis, what's up? I'm kind of in the middle of a shoot. The Mercedes, Claire. What happened to the roof repairs? A pause. Oh. That. She lowered her voice. Look, Mom and Dad really needed a reliable car. The minivan was falling apart. They used my co-signed loan to buy a luxury car? My voice drew stares from across the office. I ducked into the break room. It's just a car, Lindsay. Why do you always have to make such a big deal out of everything? Because it's fraud, I hissed. They lied about the loan's purpose. They used my credit. God, you're so dramatic. They'll make the payments. They always figure it out. Like they figured out my trust fund? Claire went quiet. That was different. Was it? I ended the call and slumped against the vending machine. Vincent appeared with paper towels for my coffee spill. Want me to help you clean up? Thanks. I started wiping my desk mechanically. I need to call the bank. 20 minutes later, I was on hold with Riverside Bank, my stomach churning. Finally, a voice came on the line. This is Sandra. How can I help you? I pitched my voice higher, adding my mother's slight southern drawl. Yes, this is Scarlett. I'm calling about our recent home improvement loan. Of course, Mrs. Wolfe. Let me pull that up. I just wanted to confirm. Did we take out any other loans recently? My husband and I were discussing it, and I got confused about the amounts. I'm showing just the one loan for $30,000 from 3 weeks ago. Would you like to review the payment schedule? No, that's fine. My voice shook slightly. And that was specifically for home repairs, correct? That's what's indicated on the application, yes. Is there a problem with the contractors? No, no problem. Thank you so much. I hung up and immediately opened my laptop. The next hour was spent taking screenshots, every social media post showing the car, every comment from my parents bragging about their upgrade, the dealer's congratulatory post tagging them in the delivery photo, the loan documents I'd fortunately scanned before signing. A chat window popped up on my screen. Vincent. You okay? You've been pretty intense over there. Me. Just documenting everything. Vincent. Want to grab coffee after work? You look like you could use someone to talk to. I glanced over at him. Vincent and I had gone on exactly 2 dates 8 months ago before deciding we worked better as friends. But he was right. I needed to talk to someone who wasn't tangled in my family's web of manipulation. Me. Coffee would be good. At 5:30, we sat in the corner of Standard Brew, away from the after-work crowd. I showed him everything I'd collected. So, what are you going to do? he asked after I finished explaining. I don't know. Confront them? He shook his head. They'll just deny it or guilt you into letting it go. You need leverage. Leverage. Evidence, documentation, a paper trail. He took a sip of his Americano. My cousin Adrian's a lawyer. He specializes in financial fraud. Want me to give him a call? I stared into my untouched latte. Isn't that extreme? Is it more extreme than them committing loan fraud using your credit? My phone buzzed. A text from Mom. The car is amazing, baby. You should come see it. We'll take you for a ride. I showed Vincent the message. His eyebrows shot up. They're not even trying to hide it, he said. They really think you'll just roll over and accept this, don't they? I always have before. I straightened my spine. But not this time. Want me to call Adrian? I nodded, then pulled up my banking app. My credit score had already dropped 5 points since the loan was issued. Yes, I said, my voice hardening. Call him. As Vincent made the call, I opened my photos and looked at the trust fund documents I'd found last year, the ones showing unauthorized withdrawals when I was 19. I'd been too afraid to rock the boat then, but I wasn't 19 anymore, and this time I had receipts. The storage unit smelled like dust and forgotten promises. I hadn't been here since moving to my apartment, but somewhere in these boxes was the proof I needed. My phone flashlight caught the labels. High school, college, Aunt Sarah's papers. That last one made my hands shake. Need help? Vincent stood in the doorway, holding 2 coffees. Thanks for coming. I took a cup. It's in here somewhere. All the documentation from when Aunt Sarah left me that trust fund. We started opening boxes. Every photo, every old card brought back memories I'd tried to bury. Then Vincent held up a manila envelope. This it? The envelope was thick with legal documents. I sat cross-legged on the concrete floor and started reading. There it was. The transfer papers from when I was 19, with a signature that was supposed to be mine. Look at this. I handed Vincent the document. That's not my signature. He compared it to my driver's license. Not even close. Who would have... Mom. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through contacts I hadn't touched in years. Found the one I was looking for. Melanie Ross. My godmother answered on the 2nd ring. Lindsay, is everything okay? Remember when you stopped talking to Mom 12 years ago? Was it because of Aunt Sarah's trust fund? Silence crackled over the line. Then, you finally found out. I need to see you. Today, if possible. An hour later, Vincent dropped me off at Melanie's craftsman-style house across town. She looked exactly as I remembered. Silver hair in a neat bob, kind eyes behind reading glasses. You've grown so much, she said, hugging me. Come in, I'll make tea. In her sunny kitchen, she pulled out a folder I recognized. I kept copies of everything. I knew someday you'd ask. Why didn't you tell me back then? She set 2 mugs of chamomile on the table. I tried. Your mother convinced you I was lying, remember? Said I was jealous of your family's happiness. The memory hit like a slap. I'd believed Mom. Stopped talking to Melanie. Exactly what Mom wanted. Tell me everything, I said. Your Aunt Sarah left you $50,000 in a trust fund. It was meant for your education or a down payment on a house. But your mother... Melanie's hands tightened around her mug. She forged your signature, transferred most of it to their account. When I found out and confronted her, she threatened to cut me out of your life completely. How much did she take? 42,000. They bought that boat they'd always wanted. Took a cruise. Your father said they deserved it after all the years of raising you girls. My tea grew cold as Melanie laid out the pattern, the manipulations, the guilt trips, the way they'd always used my sense of responsibility against me. And now they've done it again, she said after I told her about the car. Some people never change, sweetheart. They just find new ways to take advantage. My phone buzzed. A text from Claire. Mom's posting about the new car on Facebook. Says you helped them get it because you're such a wonderful daughter. Thought you should know. I showed Melanie the message. They're not even trying to hide it anymore, she said. They think you won't do anything about it. I'm meeting with a lawyer tomorrow. Good. She squeezed my hand. It's time someone held them accountable. I'll lose my family, honey. From what you've told me, you never really had them. You had people who saw you as an ATM with a guilt button they could push whenever they needed money. My phone buzzed again. Mom this time. The dealership wants to feature us in their newsletter. Our wonderful daughter helped make our dreams come true. We're so blessed. Melanie read over my shoulder. They're documenting their own fraud. Keep everything. I am. I pulled up my growing digital folder. Screenshots, loan documents, social media posts. The lawyer said it's building a solid case. What about the trust fund papers? I hesitated. The statute of limitations has probably passed. Maybe, but it shows a pattern of behavior. That matters in court. She went to her desk and returned with a USB drive. I scanned everything back then. Take it. As I stood to leave, she hugged me again. Your aunt would be proud of you, you know. Not for the money, for finally standing up for yourself. I'm scared, I admitted. Of course you are, but you're stronger than they think, stronger than you think. Walking home, I scrolled through old photos on my phone. Found one from my college graduation, Mom and Dad beaming beside me, probably already planning how to get their hands on my first real paycheck. Claire sulking in the background because the day wasn't about her. I deleted the photo. Some memories weren't worth keeping, and some families weren't worth protecting. My phone buzzed one more time. Vincent. Ready for tomorrow's meeting with Adrian? Me. Ready to stop being their ATM? It wasn't just about the car anymore. It was about every time they'd used me, lied to me, manipulated me. It was about finally saying enough. Adrian's office wasn't what I expected. No mahogany desk or leather chairs. Just a clean, modern space with photos of his kids on the walls and a desk that looked like it came from IKEA. It made him seem more approachable, less intimidating. Vincent sat beside me as I spread out my evidence across Adrian's desk. Well, Adrian said, reviewing the loan documents. This is pretty clear-cut fraud. They obtained the loan under false pretenses, using your credit to purchase something entirely different from what was stated in the application. Can we prove it? I asked. He held up their social media posts. They're practically confessing online. The timeline matches perfectly. Loan approval on the 15th, car purchase on the 16th. No evidence of any home repairs. He leaned forward. But before we proceed, I need to ask, what do you want out of this? I want... My voice caught. I want them to face consequences, real ones. For once in their lives, there are several ways we can approach this, Adrian said, pulling out a legal pad. We could report the fraud to the bank directly. They'd likely repossess the car and pursue your parents for the full amount. Or we could negotiate a settlement where they take full responsibility for the loan and remove you as co-signer. What about pressing charges? Adrian's eyebrows rose slightly. That would be more severe. Criminal fraud charges could mean fines, possibly even jail time. Is that what you want? I want leverage, I said, thinking of Vincent's advice. I want them to know I could press charges, but I'm willing to be reasonable if they cooperate. Smart. Adrian nodded. We can draft a demand letter outlining terms. They admit to the fraud in writing, transfer the loan solely to their names, and agree to a repayment plan with the bank. If they refuse, we proceed with formal charges. They'll try to guilt her, Vincent spoke up. They always do. Then we need to be prepared for that. Adrian turned to me. Do you have any other evidence of financial manipulation? Previous incidents that show a pattern? I pulled out the USB drive from Melanie. Will 12-year-old trust fund fraud help? Adrian's eyes widened as he reviewed the documents. This is significant. The statute of limitations may have passed for legal action, but it absolutely establishes a pattern of behavior. This wasn't a one-time mistake. This was calculated. My phone buzzed. Mom again. Baby, we're planning a family photo shoot with the new car this weekend. Wear something nice. I showed Adrian the message. Keep collecting everything, he said. Every text, every post, every communication. We're building a wall they can't charm or manipulate their way through. As we left his office, Vincent suggested grabbing lunch. We found a quiet corner in a nearby cafe. You okay? He asked as I pushed salad around my plate. Just thinking about Claire. She's going to hate me for this. The sister who's been enabling their behavior and watching you get used for years. Maybe her opinion shouldn't be your priority right now. My phone lit up with a new Instagram notification. Claire had posted a video of herself in the Mercedes. Taking Mom's new baby for a spin. Thanks for making this happen, sis. Best family. Vincent read it over my shoulder. She's either completely oblivious or deliberately twisting the knife. Knowing Claire? Both. You know what I don't understand? Vincent set down his fork. If they're willing to commit fraud with your credit, what else might they be hiding? Financial secrets have a way of multiplying. That thought haunted me all afternoon. Back home, I dug deeper into my old papers, found bank statements from my first job in college, noticed small withdrawals I didn't remember making. Then I found it, an old credit card statement, a card I never remembered applying for. My hands shook as I dialed Adrian's number. I think they opened a credit card in my name when I was in college, I said, without preamble. I just found the statements. Can you prove you didn't apply for it? I was studying abroad that semester, in Spain. I have my passport stamps to prove I wasn't even in the country when the application was submitted in person. Send me everything, Adrian said. This is exactly what we need. If they're willing to ruin your finances now, what else are they hiding? After hanging up, I sat in my quiet apartment, surrounded by paper evidence of years of betrayal. My phone buzzed again. Dad this time. Princess, your mother's planning a big family dinner this weekend. Time to celebrate our blessings. I didn't respond. Instead, I opened my laptop and started a new document. At the top, I typed, Timeline of financial fraud and manipulation. It was time to map out every lie, every manipulation, every betrayal. Not for revenge, though that would come, but for freedom. Freedom from guilt. Freedom from manipulation. Freedom from being the responsible one who always paid the price for their irresponsibility. The document grew longer with each memory I uncovered, and with each entry, My resolve grew stronger. The first payment notification came exactly 30 days after they bought the car. Payment overdue, the email read. Please contact your loan officer immediately. I deleted it without responding. Let them deal with the consequences. 3 days later, my phone exploded with notifications. My credit score had dropped 20 points. Mom had left 6 voicemails. Dad had texted 12 times. Even Claire was blowing up my Instagram DMs. I was in a meeting when they showed up at my office. "Ma'am, you can't just—" I heard our receptionist protest. "That's my daughter in there." Mom's voice carried through the glass walls. "Lindsay, baby, we need to talk to you." Every head in the conference room turned toward me. My boss raised an eyebrow. "I am so sorry," I said, standing. "Please excuse me." They were creating a scene in the lobby. Mom in tears, Dad trying to charm the security guard, Claire filming everything on her phone, probably for some dramatic social media post. "Outside," I said firmly. "Now!" In the parking lot, Mom grabbed my arms. "Baby, something's wrong with the loan. They're saying we missed payments, but that can't be right. We need you to call them." "No." The single word stopped her mid-sentence. "What do you mean, no?" Dad stepped forward. "Princess, this is serious. They're threatening to report us to the credit bureau." "Good." I kept my voice level. Maybe they should. "What is wrong with you?" Claire lowered her phone. "They're your parents." "Who committed fraud using my credit." I turned to face them directly. "You lied about the loan's purpose. You bought a luxury car instead of fixing the roof, and now you're not making payments." We were going to fix the roof too," Mom stammered. "We just needed reliable transportation first." "Stop lying." My voice cracked like a whip. "I have all the documentation. The loan application, your social media posts, everything." Dad's charm vanished. "You wouldn't dare. Try me." I pulled out my phone, showed them the folder of screenshots. "I've already spoken to a lawyer." "A lawyer?" Mom's tears dried instantly. "You'd sue your own parents after everything we've done for you?" "You mean after everything you've taken from me? The trust fund you stole? The credit card you opened in my name in college?" Their faces gave them away. They hadn't known I'd discovered those yet. "That money was for the family," Dad said weakly. "We needed it more than you did, and now you need this car more than you need my trust. Fine. Keep it, but you're on your own with the payments." "You'll destroy your own credit," Claire protested. "A small price to pay for finally being free of this." I started walking back to the building. "Don't come to my office again." "You'll destroy this family," Mom screamed after me. "Over a little loan?" I turned back one last time. "You already did that. Years ago. I'm just finally admitting it." Back at my desk, my hands shook as I emailed Adrian. "They showed up at my office. I'm ready to proceed with everything we discussed." His response came quickly. "Documentation of workplace harassment adds to our case. I'll have the papers ready tomorrow." Vincent appeared with coffee. "You okay? That looked intense." "They really thought they could guilt me into fixing this for them." I laughed, but it sounded hollow. "Again." "And instead, I'm letting them face the consequences of their actions, probably for the first time in their lives." My phone buzzed with a text from Claire. "Mom's having a breakdown because of you. I hope you're happy." I blocked her number, then Dad's. princess, please, we can work this out as a family. Blocked. Moms. After everything I've sacrificed for you. Blocked. The silence that followed felt like standing in the eye of a hurricane. I knew the storm wasn't over. It was just gathering strength. They'll try again, Vincent said, reading my expression. Probably. But I'm done being their safety net. My email pinged with another credit score notification. Down another 10 points. I should have felt panicked, but instead, I felt light. Free. Want to grab dinner? Vincent asked. You probably shouldn't be alone tonight. Thanks, but I need to do something first. That evening, I drove to my storage unit, found the box labeled Family Photos. Inside were albums, loose pictures, holiday cards, decades of carefully curated happy moments that now felt like evidence of an elaborate con. I didn't burn them. That would have been too dramatic, too much like something Mom would do. Instead, I sealed the box and marked it Donate. Some memories weren't worth keeping, some relationships weren't worth saving, and some debts, the emotional ones, were finally being called due. Claire found me in the parking garage after work, leaning against her Tesla, another influencer perk she was always bragging about. We need to talk, she said, arms crossed. About what? How you're still enabling them? About how you're destroying our family over one little mistake. Little mistake? I pulled out my phone, opened my banking app. Want to see what their little mistake is doing to my credit score? Or should we talk about the trust fund they stole? The credit card they opened in my name? She blinked. What credit card? Ask Mom about the Visa account she opened while I was studying in Spain. I'm sure she'll have a creative explanation. You're being dramatic. No, Claire. For once in my life, I'm being realistic. I tried to step around her, but she blocked my path. They're selling the Mercedes, she said. Taking a huge loss, but they're selling it. Isn't that enough? Too late. The fraud's already been committed. So, what do you want? I handed her a folder, the one Adrian had prepared. These are my terms. They admit the fraud in writing, sign a legally binding document taking full responsibility for the loan, make a repayment plan with the bank, and they do it all within 7 days. Or what? Or I release everything to the bank's fraud department, press charges, let them face the legal consequences. She flipped through the papers, her influencer poise cracking. You'd really do that to them? They did this to themselves. And you helped them. I didn't know. Bullshit. My voice echoed in the concrete structure. You knew exactly what they were doing. You posted about the car, tagged me in photos, made sure everyone knew your wonderful sister helped make it happen. Mom said you agreed. When? When exactly did I agree to help them buy a luxury car? Was it when they called me at midnight crying about a leaking roof? Or when they lied to the loan officer about home repairs? She fell silent, staring at the papers. You have 7 days, I said. Get them to sign, or I file charges. They'll never agree to this. Then they better get good lawyers. I finally managed to step around her. Oh, and Claire, stop posting about me on social media. I'm not part of your carefully curated family narrative anymore. You're being cruel. I turned back. No, I'm being clear. For the first time in my life, I'm setting boundaries. It's not my fault you don't like where they're drawn. At home, I found 3 emails from Mom, each more desperate than the last. The final one was just one line. We raised you better than this. I forwarded it to Adrian, then opened my private Instagram story, visible only to family, and posted a simple legal notice. 7 days, Vincent called minutes later. Claire's posting about family betrayal on her stories. You okay? Better than okay. I finally gave them my terms. How'd they take it? About as well as you'd expect. Claire tried to guilt me in the parking garage. Mom's sending emotional emails. Dad hasn't tried yet, but he will. What's your prediction? They'll wait until day 6, thinking they can wear me down. Then they'll show up crying, probably at my office again, with some dramatic new crisis they need me to fix. And if they do, I'll press charges. I looked at my credit score, down another 15 points. I'm done playing their games. My phone buzzed with a text from Melanie. Claire just called me, trying to get dirt on you. I shut that down fast. Stay strong. Then, another notification. Mom had posted a long Facebook status about ungrateful children and family loyalty. Tagged me in it. I screenshot it, added it to my evidence folder, then blocked her there too. Adrian's email arrived just before midnight. Everything's ready to file if they don't comply, but be prepared. Most people like this don't believe consequences apply to them until it's too late. I thought about all the times they'd faced consequences before. The bounced checks, the maxed out credit cards, the failed businesses. Someone had always bailed them out. Usually me. Not this time. I opened my laptop and typed out one final email. Mom, Dad, Claire has the paperwork. You have 7 days to sign everything and take responsibility for your actions. If you don't, I will file criminal fraud charges. No discussion, no negotiations, no guilt trips. Your choice. Lindsay. I hit send, then turned off my phone. Let them panic in the dark. Let them realize their safety net had finally snapped. 7 days to face reality. 7 days to admit their crimes. 7 days before their carefully constructed world of manipulation came crashing down. The countdown had begun. Day 7 arrived with a whimper, not a bang. No dramatic 11th hour appearance. No tearful phone calls. Just silence. At 9 a.m. I called Adrian. They didn't sign. I've already filed the paperwork, he said. The bank's fraud department has been notified. Are you ready for what comes next? Before I could answer, my office phone lit up. Reception. Ms. Lindsay, your parents are here with their lawyer. I smiled grimly. Right on schedule. Send them to conference room B and call security to stand by, please. Vincent caught my eye across the office and gave me a thumbs up as I walked past. They were already seated when I arrived. Mom, Dad, and a tired-looking man in a rumpled suit. No Claire. Interesting. This is Mr. Patterson, Dad said, his usual charm strained. He's here to help us resolve this misunderstanding. There's no misunderstanding, I said, sitting down. My lawyer should be here any minute. We don't need lawyers, Mom started, but the conference room door opened and Adrian walked in, pristine in his tailored suit. Actually, we do, he said, setting his briefcase on the table, especially since my client's terms were ignored, and we've already filed fraud charges this morning. Mr. Patterson's face fell. Filed? We were hoping to negotiate. The time for negotiation was the past 7 days, Adrian said. Now we're moving forward with criminal charges for loan fraud, identity theft, both current and historical cases, and financial elder abuse regarding my client's aunt's trust fund. Elder abuse? Mom's voice rose. Sarah was my sister. Who left her money to your daughter? Not you. Adrian replied coolly. Money you stole through forged documents. We needed it. Dad slammed his hand on the table. We're your parents. Everything we did was for this family. The Mercedes was for the family? I asked quietly. The cruise you took with my trust fund, the credit card you opened in my name. Mr. Patterson was frantically flipping through his papers. Perhaps we could discuss a settlement? Too late, Adrian said. The bank is already moving to repossess the vehicle. Criminal charges have been filed, but... He paused. My client is willing to consider a plea arrangement if you cooperate fully. Cooperate how? Mr. Patterson asked. Full admission of guilt. Complete repayment plan. No contact with my client unless she initiates it. Adrian slid over a document. The DA's office has already approved these terms. Mom started crying. Real tears this time, not the manufactured ones I'd grown up with. You'd send your own parents to jail? You committed fraud, I said steadily. Multiple times. For years. Did you really think there would never be consequences? We're your family, Dad protested. No, I stood up. You're people who used me. There's a difference. The conference room door opened again. A police detective entered, followed by 2 uniformed officers. Mr. and Mrs. Wolfe? The detective said. We have some questions about several instances of financial fraud. Mom's tears stopped instantly. You called the police? Here, at your workplace? Actually, Adrian said, that was the bank's fraud department. They take false loan applications quite seriously. What followed was surreal. Watching my parents being escorted out in handcuffs, my mother screaming about ungrateful children, my father trying to charm the officers. Mr. Patterson hurried after them, already on his phone, presumably calling for bail. Vincent appeared with coffee. You okay? No, I said honestly, but I will be. My phone buzzed. Claire. They're being arrested. How could you? I blocked her number again. Adrian packed up his briefcase. The DA will be in touch. With the evidence we provided, they'll likely offer a plea deal. Probation, mandatory financial counseling, full restitution. And if they don't take it? Then they face the full charges. Either way, they can't hurt you financially anymore. Back at my desk, I opened my email to find a notification from the credit monitoring service. My score had dropped another 30 points from the fraud report, but underneath was another email from the bank's fraud department. They were removing the loan from my credit report, marking it as fraudulent activity. My score would be restored within 30 days. Vincent leaned over the cubicle wall. Want to get lunch? You look like you could use a break. Actually, I said, I need to do something first. I opened my banking app and set up a new savings account, named it House Down Payment. For the first time in my adult life, I could save money without worrying about emergency calls from my parents, without guilt, without fear. My phone buzzed one last time, a text from Dad. You've destroyed us. I typed back, you did that years ago. I just held up a mirror. Then I blocked his number too, and went to lunch. Some debts were finally being paid. The tow truck's reverse lights cast harsh shadows across my parents' driveway as it backed in to collect the Mercedes. I hadn't planned to be here for this, but something drew me to witness it. You don't have to watch, Vincent said from the passenger seat of my car. Yes, I do. Claire stood in the doorway, filming everything for her social media. Mom sat on the front steps, face buried in her hands. Dad was nowhere to be seen. The repo man was efficient, professional. Within minutes, the Mercedes was hooked up and ready to go. Wait! Mom rushed toward the truck. Can't we just make a payment? Work something out? The repo man shook his head. Bank's orders, ma'am. Loan fraud case. As the truck pulled away, Mom finally noticed my car parked across the street. She started walking toward us, but stopped when she saw my expression through the windshield. Drive? Vincent suggested. I nodded and started the engine. In my rear-view mirror, I watched my mother grow smaller, still standing in the middle of the street. Where to? Vincent asked. The bank. I need to close some old accounts. At Riverside Bank, Ms. Martinez was waiting with paperwork. Your credit score should be fully restored by next week, she said. The fraud department has cleared everything. And the joint accounts? All closed, as requested. Though you should know, your parents tried to withdraw everything yesterday. Tried to? The accounts were already frozen due to the fraud investigation. She smiled. We do know how these cases typically go. My phone buzzed. A news alert. Local business section. Local influencer Claire Wolf loses sponsorships amid family fraud scandal. Karma's working overtime today, Vincent commented. Next stop was Adrian's office. He had updates. They're taking the plea deal, he said. Probation, financial counseling, full restitution, and they've agreed to the no contact order. Claire, too. She's not technically part of the criminal case, but... He slid over a cease and desist letter. If she continues harassing you online or at work, we can pursue legal action. Has she posted anything new? Just deleted everything about you from her social media. Smart move, considering. On the drive home, Vincent was unusually quiet. What's on your mind? I asked. Remember our first date, when you got that panic call from your mom about their electricity being shut off? And I left dinner half-eaten to go pay their bill. Not my finest moment. I knew then you deserved better than being their personal bank. He paused. I just didn't know how to tell you. I pulled into my apartment complex. Want to try that dinner again? Without the panic calls this time? His smile was answer enough. Inside, I found a package from Melanie. Inside was an old photo album I'd never seen before, with a note. Your Aunt Sarah wanted you to have this, when you're ready to remember the good parts of your family history. The photos showed a younger, happier version of my mother with her sister, before the manipulation, before the greed, before everything went wrong. My phone buzzed. An email from Claire. I found Mom's old journals. She's been planning stuff like this for years, using people, manipulating them, even her own sister. I didn't want to believe you, but I'm starting to understand why you did what you did. I'm not asking for forgiveness. Just wanted you to know you weren't crazy. See. I showed Vincent the email. Are you going to respond? Not yet. Maybe not ever. I closed the email. Some relationships need to stay broken to remind us why we broke them. And your parents? They made their choices. Now they get to live with them. My phone buzzed again. My credit monitoring app. Score up 50 points already. The system was healing, even if the relationships never would. Ready for dinner? Vincent asked. Actually, I pulled out my laptop. Help me with something first. Together, we scrolled through real estate listings. Houses with good bones, solid foundations, no leaking roofs. You're really doing this? He said, building a life without their chaos. Yes. I clicked on a promising listing. Want to come look at it with me tomorrow? Wouldn't miss it. Later that night, I sat on my balcony, watching the city lights. My phone was quiet, no guilt-laden texts, No financial emergencies, no manufactured crises. The silence felt like freedom. My credit would recover. My savings would grow. My life would move forward. But my trust? That got repossessed along with the Mercedes. And unlike the car, it wasn't something they could ever buy back. Some debts, after all, were meant to stay unpaid.
The cream-colored envelope sits on my kitchen counter like a bomb waiting to detonate. I've been circling it for hours, running my fingers along its expensive textured surface, tracing the gold calligraphy that spells out my name. The invitation inside is even worse. Thick cardstock dripping with false sincerity, requesting my presence at the wedding of Royce and Helen, my ex and my former best friend. How thoughtful of them to include me. I pour another glass of wine, my third since the mail arrived. The autumn sun streaming through my apartment windows feels too bright, too cheerful for this moment. My phone buzzes again. Probably Gemma, checking if I'm okay. I'm not okay. I'm so far from okay that okay feels like a distant country I once visited in a dream. You have to go, Gemma had insisted earlier. Show them you're above it all. Show them they didn't break you. But they did break me. I, Emily Parker, who prided myself on being unbreakable, am sitting here with mascara-stained cheeks, contemplating whether to RSVP to my own personal nightmare. The memory of how I found out about them still burns fresh. That Sunday brunch 3 months ago, when I walked into our favorite cafe and saw them wrapped around each other in our usual booth. They didn't even have the decency to look guilty. Helen's perfectly manicured hand rested on Royce's chest, the same chest I'd laid my head on countless nights, while he smiled that infuriatingly charming smile. "Emily," he'd said, as if we were all old friends meeting for coffee. "We were going to tell you. Were you? Before or after you moved her into our old apartment? Before or after you gave her my grandmother's recipe book that I'd left behind?" My wine glass is empty again. I reach for my phone, finally ready to face Gemma's messages. Instead, I find myself staring at a photo from last year's Christmas party. Helen, Royce, and me, all smiles and holiday sweaters. Helen's arm around my shoulders, her face turned toward mine in conspiratorial friendship. Looking at it now, I can see the hints I missed. The way Royce's body angled toward her, the possessive grip of her fingers on my shoulder, marking her territory. The doorbell startles me out of my spiral. Through the peephole, I see Gemma's concerned face, and behind her is that Jasper, Royce's best friend since college. My hands shake as I open the door. "What are you doing here?" Jasper looks uncomfortable, shifting his weight from foot to foot. "Emily, there's something you need to know about the wedding invitation." "I really don't. It wasn't Helen's idea," he cuts in. "Royce insisted. He said," Jasper glances at Gemma, who nods encouragingly. "He said having you there would be the perfect way to show everyone he'd won. That you were just the practice run for his real happy ending." The words hit like a physical blow. Practice run. The room spins slightly, wine and rage mixing into something dangerous in my blood. 6 years of my life reduced to a practice run. Gemma's voice seems to come from far away. "Maybe you should sit down." But I'm already moving, grabbing my laptop from the coffee table. My fingers fly across the keyboard as I pull up the wedding RSVP page. Jasper and Gemma hover nervously as I click accept and type in my response. "One guest, dietary restrictions, none. Special notes, looking forward to toasting the happy couple." "Emily," Gemma says slowly, "what are you thinking?" I close the laptop with a decisive click. The fog of wine and grief has burned away, replaced by crystal clarity. I'm thinking it would be rude to decline such a thoughtful invitation. After all, I meet their worried gazes with a smile that feels foreign on my face. I have so much I want to say to the happy couple. Jasper takes a step back, and I catch something in his expression. Not just concern, but recognition. He knows something about Royce that made him come here today. Something beyond this petty wedding drama. Jasper, I keep my voice light, casual. Is there anything else I should know about the happy couple? He swallows hard, glancing at the door like he might bolt. I should go. But as he turns to leave, I catch his whispered words. Just be careful. Royce isn't who any of us thought he was. The door closes behind him, leaving me with Gemma and the thundering of my heart. Practice run. Happy ending. Oh, Royce. You have no idea what's coming. I pick up the invitation again, running my finger along the embossed date. 3 weeks. 3 weeks to uncover whatever Jasper is hiding. 3 weeks to plan exactly how I'm going to turn their perfect day into the reckoning they deserve. The wedding venue looks exactly like something Helen would choose. All sweeping staircases and crystal chandeliers. The kind of place that screams old money trying to look older. I'm here for the rehearsal dinner, watching the sunset paint the marble columns gold, while my stomach ties itself in knots. You don't have to do this, Gemma whispers beside me. She's been my shadow all week, ever since Jasper's cryptic warning. We can still leave, but I can't. Not when I've finally started pulling at the threads of Royce's perfect facade. 3 days of careful digging have revealed interesting patterns, unexplained absences, mysterious phone calls, and a company credit card with some very creative expenses. Emily. Helen's voice cuts through my thoughts, sugary sweet and sharp as glass. I'm so glad you came. She's wearing a white cocktail dress that probably costs more than my monthly rent, her smile fixed and brittle. Behind her, Sylvia, her mother and my former almost mother-in-law, watches with barely concealed disdain. Helen. I force myself to smile back. Wouldn't miss it. Though I must admit, she continues, I was surprised you accepted, given everything. The memory floods back unbidden. Not just the cafe betrayal, but the moment 2 weeks later when I discovered they'd been together for months. All those girls' nights Helen had canceled. All those late meetings Royce claimed to have. I'd been so blind. Water under the bridge, I lie smoothly. We're all adults here, Sylvia sniffs. Some more than others, clearly. Helen, darling, the florist needs you. They sweep away, leaving the scent of expensive perfume and judgment in their wake. Gemma squeezes my arm. You okay? Fine. I'm not fine. I'm remembering all the Sunday dinners at Sylvia's house, how she used to call me daughter, how she promised my mother before she died that she'd look after me. Now she can barely meet my eyes. The rehearsal dinner begins, a choreographed display of wealth and false sentiment. I watch Royce work the room, that familiar charisma drawing everyone into his orbit. He hasn't acknowledged me yet, but I feel his awareness like a current in the air. Quite a show, isn't it? I turn to find Nathaniel, one of Royce's business partners, studying me with unusual intensity. We've met at company parties before, but never really talked. There's something different about him tonight. A tension in his shoulders, a careful distance from the celebration. Almost makes you forget what's underneath. He continues quietly. My pulse quickens. And what's underneath? He glances around before leaning closer. Meet me by the garden fountain in 20 minutes. There's something you should see. Before I can respond, he's gone, leaving me with questions burning in my throat. Across the room, Royce finally catches my eye. His smile doesn't waver, but something dark flickers across his face. Possession, triumph, warning. The next 20 minutes crawl by like honey in winter. I make small talk, dodge pointed comments about my single status, and watch the clock. When I finally slip away to the garden, my hands are shaking. Nathaniel is waiting, a manila envelope in his hands. Before I give you this, he says, I need to know what you plan to do with it. That depends on what's in it. Evidence. His voice is grim. Of what Royce really is. What he's been doing to the company, to people who trust him, to you. The fountain burbles quietly behind us as he hands over the envelope. Inside are bank statements, emails, photographs, a paper trail of destruction. My vision blurs as I read, horror mounting with each page. He's been embezzling, Nathaniel explains softly, using the company to fund a separate life. Helen doesn't know, or doesn't want to know. But there's more. I find it near the bottom. Credit card statements showing hotel charges in New York. On weekends, when Royce was supposedly with me, when Helen was supposedly visiting her sister. He never chose between you, Nathaniel says. He was playing you both, and others. The truth hits like a physical blow. All those business trips, those late nights at the office. He hadn't left me for Helen. He'd been with both of us, probably others, crafting separate lives like some twisted architect of deception. Why are you showing me this? Nathaniel's eyes are serious in the gathering dusk, because the board meeting is next week, right after the wedding. He's planning something big, something that could ruin a lot of lives, and he pauses. You might be the only one who can stop him. Inside, the rehearsal dinner continues. Laughter floating through the open windows. I clutch the envelope, feeling the weight of its secrets. My simple revenge fantasy has just become something much darker, much more dangerous. And Royce, damn him, is watching me through the window, raising his glass in a mock toast. I spend the night studying Nathaniel's documents until my eyes burn, piecing together the scope of Royce's deception. By dawn, my apartment floor is a maze of paper trails and broken trust, each revelation stoking the fire in my chest. My phone buzzes. Gemma, turn on the news, now. The morning business report hits like a sledgehammer. Allegations of financial misconduct at Robertson Industries. Sources suggest internal investigations. The anchor's voice fades as my mind races. This isn't just about me anymore. This is bigger than broken hearts and betrayed friendships. I'm halfway through my second coffee when someone pounds on my door. Helen stands there, mascara streaked down her face, clutching her phone like a lifeline. Did you do this? She demands, pushing past me. Are you behind these rumors? Funny how quickly you assume I'm to blame. I close the door, watching her pace my living room like a caged animal. Shouldn't you be asking your fiancé about this? Royce says it's all lies, competitors trying to tank the stock before the merger. She stops, finally noticing the papers scattered across my floor. Her face drains of color. What is all this? The truth. I hand her one of the hotel receipts, dated during her supposed sister's weekend. Though I'm guessing you already knew some of it. She stares at the paper, hands trembling. I don't what, Helen? Don't want to admit you knew he was playing us both? Or that he's still playing you? You don't understand, she whispers. The wedding has to happen. My father's company depends on this merger. If Royce goes down, she looks up, and for a moment, I see the friend I used to know. Scared, vulnerable, trapped. Please, Emily, whatever you're planning, don't. The old me would have softened, would have tried to help. But I remember how she looked in that cafe, wearing the necklace I'd left at Royce's apartment, smugly certain of her victory. Like you stopped when I begged you to tell me the truth? My voice comes out harder than I intended. When did it start, Helen? When did you decide I was disposable? She flinches. It wasn't like that. He has a way of making you feel special, like you're the only one who understands him. Her laugh is bitter. I suppose we both fell for it. But you stayed, even after you knew about the others. Others? Something shifts in her expression. What others? Before I can respond, my phone rings. Nathaniel. Helen recognizes his name on the screen and goes very still. You're working with him. Her voice rises. Do you have any idea what he's capable of? I answer the call on speaker. Emily, Nathaniel says urgently. Don't trust anything Helen tells you. She's been helping Royce cover his tracks. The whole wedding is just a smokescreen for... Helen lunges for my phone, ending the call. He's lying. Nathaniel's the one you can't trust. He's been obsessed with taking down Royce for years. Why should I believe you? Because, she takes a deep breath, I can prove Nathaniel is behind the embezzlement. Royce caught him months ago, but kept it quiet to protect the company. The wedding, the merger, it's all to save jobs, to keep everything from collapsing. My head spins. Who's playing whom? The documents in front of me tell one story, but Helen's fear seems genuine, and Nathaniel's convenient appearance, his ready-made evidence. Show me, I demand. Show me your proof. She pulls out her phone, fingers flying over the screen. Come to the office tonight. Everything you need to know is there. She heads for the door, then pauses. I know you hate me, Emily, but please, wait until you see everything before you decide who the real villain is. After she leaves, I sit among the scattered papers, trying to make sense of it all. My phone buzzes with a text from Gemma. Just heard from Jasper. Says he needs to talk. ASAP. I text back. When? Now. Says it's about Nathaniel and Helen. Things aren't what they seem. The rage that's been driving me suddenly feels hollow, replaced by a creeping uncertainty. I've been so focused on revenge, so sure of who deserved my anger. But what if I'm just another piece being moved across someone else's board? My phone buzzes again. Royce this time. My finger hovers over decline, but his message preview stops me cold. I know you have the documents, but you don't know the whole story. Someone's going to get hurt, Emily. And this time, it won't be you. I stare at the message, feeling the ground shift beneath my feet. In less than 12 hours, everything I thought I knew has unraveled. The question isn't just who to trust anymore, it's who's really pulling the strings. The office building looms dark against the evening sky, most windows already dark. My heels click against marble as I cross the lobby. Helen's keycard burning a hole in my pocket. She'd texted it to me an hour ago. 4th floor, executive files. The truth you need is in Royce's personal drive. Gemma's warning echoes in my head. It's a trap, Em. Why would she suddenly want to help you? But I'd seen the fear in Helen's eyes this morning. Whatever game she's playing, there's real desperation behind it. The elevator doors open to a silent floor. My phone buzzes. Jasper, again. I've been dodging his calls since our coffee meeting earlier, where he'd dropped another bomb. Nathaniel isn't just Royce's business partner, he'd said, hands wrapped around his untouched coffee. He was engaged to Helen 3 years ago, before Royce, before everything fell apart. The revelation had shifted my entire perspective. Nathaniel's help wasn't random. It was calculated, personal. I find Royce's office easily, muscle memory from countless lunch visits guiding me. The door unlocks with a soft click. Everything looks exactly the same. The pretentious modern art, the wall of business awards, the oversized desk where we'd once, focus. The computer wakes with a hum. Helen's login works, but as I start searching through files, something feels off. Everything's too neat, too obvious. A folder labeled Merger Documents practically screams setup. I wondered if you'd come. I spin around. Nathaniel stands in the doorway, his expression unreadable. Here to show me more evidence. My voice stays steady, despite my racing heart. Or should I ask Helen about your history? He doesn't flinch. So Jasper told you. Did he also tell you why the engagement ended? I'm guessing Royce had something to do with it. Helen had everything to do with it. He steps into the office, closing the door. She chose him. Chose this life of lies and manipulation. I tried to warn her about what Royce really was, but she wouldn't listen. And now you're trying to warn me. I'm trying to stop him before he destroys more lives. Nathaniel moves closer, his intensity almost magnetic. The merger isn't just business. It's a hostile takeover disguised as a marriage. Helen's father's company, the jobs, everything. It'll all belong to Royce. And then he'll strip it bare. My fingers find the USB drive in my pocket. The one with copies of his evidence. Why should I believe you? Because you've seen how he operates, how he takes what he wants and discards people when he's done. His hand touches my arm, gentle but urgent. Help me stop him, Emily. We can expose everything at the wedding. Make sure everyone knows exactly who they're dealing with. The warmth of his touch sends warning signals through my brain. This feels familiar, too familiar. The same intensity, the same pull I'd felt with, the realization hits like ice water. I step back, really looking at him now. You're not just trying to stop Royce, are you? You want to hurt him, like he hurt you. Something dark flashes across his face. You don't understand. I understand perfectly. My laugh sounds hollow. God, I'm such an idiot. You're exactly like him, using people, manipulating situations. Did you plan this from the beginning? Finding me, feeding me information, playing on my pain. Emily, was any of it real? The evidence, the warnings. My voice rises despite myself. Or am I just your weapon against Royce? The elevator dings distantly. Nathaniel's expression hardens. Everything in those documents is true. How I got them, why I shared them, that doesn't change the facts. No, but it changes everything else. I move toward the door. I'm not your revenge proxy. His hand catches my wrist. You can't trust them. Helen, Royce, they're playing you too. Maybe. I pull free, but at least now I know everyone's game. I'm halfway to the elevator when I hear voices, Helen and Royce, getting closer. Panic surges as I duck into a conference room, pressing against the wall as they pass. The board won't wait, Helen's saying. If we don't move now, everything's under control. Royce's voice carries that familiar, confident edge. By this time tomorrow, Emily will have served her purpose. And Nathaniel, well, let's just say his evidence won't matter anymore. Their voices fade, but their words echo in my head. Served her purpose, won't matter anymore. The pieces click together with terrifying clarity. I'm not just caught in their games. I'm running out of time. My phone lights up with a text from Gemma. Found something. About the night Royce left you. You need to see this now. I stare at the message, my heart pounding against my ribs. Whatever truth I thought I was chasing, I'm starting to realize it's much darker than I imagined. And I'm in too deep to back out now. Gemma's apartment feels like a sanctuary after the office, but the look on her face tells me safety is an illusion. She hands me a glass of wine and opens her laptop without speaking. Remember when Royce ended things? She asks, pulling up a video file. How he said he'd fallen out of love gradually, naturally? The wine turns sour in my mouth, hard to forget. This is security footage from his office, 2 days before he left you. She hits play. The grainy video shows Royce at his desk, Helen perched on the edge. But it's Sylvia, Helen's mother, who commands the room, gesturing emphatically. Can't keep stringing her along. Sylvia's voice crackles through the speakers. Emily's sweet, but she's not right for this family, not for where we need to go. Royce leans back, that familiar calculating look on his face. The merger requires a united front, Sylvia cuts in. Helen understands business, family obligations. Emily still thinks love conquers all. She laughs, the sound like breaking glass. Besides, her mother's medical bills make her vulnerable. We can't risk. I lunge for the laptop, slamming it shut. The room spins as pieces fall into place. How Royce had insisted on helping with Mom's cancer treatments. How the hospital bills mysteriously disappeared after he left. Gemma touches my shoulder. There's more. I can't. You need to know. Those bills. They're being used to blackmail other people too. It's a pattern. Royce finds people in desperate situations, helps them, then uses it against them later. My legs give out, and I sink onto her couch. How did you get this? Jasper. She sits beside me. He's been gathering evidence for months. He wanted to tell you sooner, but, she hesitates. He was afraid of what Royce would do. To you, to your mom's memory. Hot tears spill down my cheeks. Not from sadness, but pure, incandescent rage. They hadn't just taken my relationship, my friend, my future. They'd turned my mother's death into a weapon. My phone buzzes. Helen, where are you? We need to talk. Alone. Don't, Gemma warns. After what we just saw? No. I stand, wiping my eyes. I need to hear what she has to say. Need to see her try to explain this away. Emily. I'll be careful. I grab my coat. But I'm done hiding. The drive to Helen's apartment gives me time to steel myself. By the time I knock on her door, my hands have stopped shaking. She opens it wearing yoga pants and a worried expression. Thank God. Listen, about the office. Save it. I push past her. Let's talk about my mother instead. She freezes. What? The hospital bills. The convenient timing. Tell me, Helen, was that your idea or your mother's? It's not what you think. She runs a hand through her hair. We were trying to help. By using my dying mother as leverage, my voice cracks. Was any of it real? Our friendship? Those nights you held me while I cried about losing her? Of course it was real. She grabs my arms. Everything with your mom, that wasn't supposed to happen. But Roy said we could help, make things easier. By the time I realized what he was really doing, you stayed anyway. I had no choice. Tears spill down her cheeks. My father's company was already tangled up with Royce's. If I left, if I exposed anything, hundreds of people would lose everything, including you. What are you talking about? She pulls away, moving to a drawer. These came today. She hands me a stack of papers. Proof that your mother's bills weren't paid off. They were transferred. If anything happens to disrupt the merger, my blood runs cold as I read. Every payment, every treatment, all still hanging over my head. One signature from Royce could destroy me financially. So now you know, Helen whispers. We're both trapped. No. Something shifts inside me, grief crystallizing into purpose. We're only trapped if we play by his rules. Emily, you said hundreds of people would lose everything? I pull out my phone, scrolling to Jasper's number. What if we could prove Royce is the real threat? What if we could show everyone exactly what they're really investing in? It's too dangerous. If he finds out, he already knows we're on to him. But he doesn't know what we know. I meet her eyes. Help me, Helen. Really help me this time. Or are you still choosing him? She stares at me for a long moment, tears drying on her cheeks. Finally, she pulls out her own phone. There's a safety deposit box, she says quietly, with evidence even Royce doesn't know about. But if we do this, she looks up, fear and determination warring in her expression. There's no going back. I think of my mother, of all the people Royce has used and discarded. Good. Because this time, we're playing for keeps. The safety deposit box key feels impossibly heavy in my palm. Helen and I stand in the bank's private viewing room, staring at the metal box between us, like it might explode. Once we open this, Helen whispers, there's no taking it back. My hand shakes as I insert the key. Inside, beneath stacks of documents, lies a single USB drive. Helen's breath catches. I started collecting everything after the first merger, she explains. The way he destroyed that family's company, how he laughed about it later. She swallows hard. I told myself it was insurance. Really, I think I was trying to ease my guilt. Before I can respond, my phone buzzes. Royce. The text makes my blood freeze. Missing something. Check your email. The attachment loads slowly, revealing a hospital document. My mother's final bill, marked, payment due immediately. He's making his move, I say, showing Helen, trying to scare us off. Her phone chimes next. She goes pale, reading the message. He's at my father's office. Says if we don't bring him the drive in an hour, he'll announce the company's bankruptcy. Hundreds of people. We'll lose everything anyway if we don't stop him. I grab her arm. Helen, look at me. This is what he does. He makes us feel responsible for his choices. Tears slip down her cheeks. My father's heart condition. He can't handle this kind of stress. Then let's end it. Today. We rush to her father's office building. The USB drive burning a hole in my pocket. In the elevator, Helen's hands won't stop shaking. Wait, she says as the doors open. I should go first, try to reason with him. Something in her voice sets off warning bells. Helen, please, Emily, let me try to fix this my way first. I watch her walk down the hallway, her shoulders set with determination. Through the glass walls, I see Royce rise from behind her father's desk, his smile sharp as a blade. My phone buzzes. Gemma, where are you? Jasper just told me something huge. Do not trust. The rest is lost. as a hand clamps over my mouth. I'm dragged backward into an empty office, kicking and fighting until I hear Nathaniel's voice. Stop struggling. We don't have much time. He releases me and I spin around, ready to fight. But his face stops me. He looks terrified. Helen's been working with Royce the whole time, he says quickly. The safety deposit box, the evidence, it's all part of their plan. No. But even as I deny it, pieces click into place. Helen's convenient confession, her insistence on coming here. How do you know? He pulls out his phone, plays a recording. Helen's voice, crystal clear. Once she brings the drive, we'll have everything. All her pathetic evidence, all her copies. Royce's laugh cuts through me. And we'll finally be rid of both our problems. Nathaniel's proof and Emily's meddling. All in one neat package. The recording ends, my legs give out, and I sink into a chair, mind racing. The hospital bills. A preview of what they'll do if you don't play along. Nathaniel crouches beside me. But we can still beat them, if you trust me. Why should I? Because unlike them, I have nothing left to lose. His eyes meet mine. They took everything from me. My company, my reputation. But I've spent 3 years building a case against them. Real evidence, not the fake trail they led you to. Through the glass, I see Helen hand something to Royce, the USB drive. His smile widens as he plugs it into his laptop. What evidence? I ask Nathaniel. Proof that Royce and Helen have been working together from the start. That night at the cafe where you caught them? Staged, your mother's bills. They arranged it all, planning to use you as their scapegoat when the merger falls apart. My chest tightens. Why me? Because you're the perfect victim. Someone with just enough connection to both of them to be believable. Just enough emotional motivation to seem unstable. Through the glass, Royce's expression changes as he reads his screen. The smile vanishes. What did you do? I asked Nathaniel. Switched the drives while Helen was distracted. Right now, Royce is reading real evidence, not the fake trail they created. He stands, offering his hand. Ready to watch their world burn? I stare at his outstretched hand, thinking of my mother, of all the lives they've ruined, of how completely I fell for their act. The wedding's tomorrow, I say, taking his hand. What's our play? His smile is grim. How do you feel about giving a toast? Through the glass, Royce is frantically typing, his mask of control cracking. Helen paces behind him, their perfect plan unraveling. Tomorrow I'll stand in front of everyone they've deceived. Tomorrow I'll finally tell the truth. But first, I have a wedding toast to write. The wedding venue sparkles like a fairy tale, all white roses and crystal light. I sit at my assigned table, back corner, practically hidden behind a column, watching Helen float down the aisle in designer white. My hands shake slightly as I smooth the paper in my lap. The words of my toast burning into my palms. Gemma squeezes my arm. You don't have to do this, but I do. Because right now, Royce is standing at the altar with his practiced smile, while Helen's father beams proudly from the front row, unaware that his company's already being carved up for parts, because Sylvia's dabbing theatrical tears while wearing the necklace my mother left me, the one that disappeared during the move. The ceremony passes in a blur of hollow vows and false promises. During the reception, I watch Royce work the room, charm oozing from every pore. He's already damage controlling yesterday's evidence leak, spinning tales of corporate espionage and vindictive ex-partners. Almost time, Nathaniel murmurs, appearing beside me. Everything's in place. I nod, my throat tight. The USB drive in my clutch contains everything. Not just Royce's financial crimes, but emails proving Helen's involvement, footage of their planning sessions, records of every life they've ruined together. The DJ announces it's time for toasts. Helen's father goes first, his voice thick with emotion, as he welcomes Royce to the family. Sylvia follows, her speech dripping with subtle digs about proper matches and social responsibilities. Then it's my turn. My heels click against the marble floor as I approach the microphone. The room falls silent, hundreds of eyes watching as I unfold my paper. Royce's smile doesn't waver, but I see his fingers tighten around his champagne glass. Love, I begin, my voice steadier than I feel, is built on trust, on honesty, on choosing each other, even when it's hard. I meet Helen's eyes. She's gone very still. I've known Royce and Helen for years, watched their relationship bloom, seen how perfectly they complement each other. Royce relaxes slightly. Helen doesn't. They taught me so much about love, I continue, about how it can blind you, how the people you trust most can use your faith against you, how a carefully crafted lie can destroy not just hearts, but lives. The room's atmosphere shifts. Confused murmurs ripple through the crowd. For instance, I pull out my phone. Did you know that while Helen was helping me plan my future with Royce, she was also helping him transfer my dying mother's medical bills into my name? Or that right now, as we celebrate their love, their lawyers are preparing to blame me for the coming corporate collapse. Emily, Royce's voice carries a warning. You're embarrassing yourself. Am I? I press play on my phone. His voice fills the room. Once the merger falls apart, Emily's emotional instability will make the perfect cover story. Who wouldn't believe the jealous ex snapped? Gasps echo through the hall. Helen's father stands, his face ashen. Sylvia moves toward me, but Gemma blocks her path. Security, Royce calls. But Nathaniel's already signaling to the officers by the door. They don't move. The SEC has everything, I tell him. Every document, every recording, every life you've destroyed. It's over. You don't understand what you've done, Helen hisses, grabbing my arm. Do you know how many people depend on what? Your lies? I shake her off. Ask your father if he knows about the offshore accounts. Ask him where his pension fund really went. Her father sways, clutching his chest. People rush to help him. As chaos erupts, Royce tries to slip away, but security finally moves to block the exits. You're just like us, Helen spits as officers approach, using people, manipulating situations for revenge. No, I step back, watching Royce's mask finally crack as handcuffs click around his wrists. I'm nothing like you, because I'm choosing truth, even though it hurts. The next hour blurs into statements and signatures. Helen's father is rushed to hospital, stable but shaken. Sylvia's arrested, trying to delete files from Royce's office. Throughout it all, my mother's necklace gleams at her throat, a final testament to their casual cruelty. Later, standing outside in the cool night air, Gemma hugs me tight. You did it. We did it, I correct, watching Nathaniel talk to investigators. He catches my eye, nods once. Whatever his motivations, he helped expose the truth. That's enough for now. My phone buzzes. A message from the hospital's billing department. Account cleared. The weight of years lifts from my shoulders as justice finally arrives. Not with a bang, but with a quiet ding of digital confirmation. Inside, the perfect wedding lies in ruins. But out here, under the stars, I feel something I haven't in years. Free. And that's worth more than any revenge. Dawn breaks over the city as I climb the familiar steps to my mother's favorite spot, a small garden overlooking the harbor. The morning after the wedding, and I haven't slept, can't sleep. My phone keeps lighting up with news alerts, messages, voicemails from people I haven't heard from in years. The necklace weighs heavy in my pocket. After Sylvia's arrest, an officer returned it to me with an evidence receipt. Now, sitting on the same bench where Mom used to read me stories, I hold it up to the rising sun, watching light dance through the pendant. I thought I'd find you here. I turn to see Jasper, looking as exhausted as I feel. He sits beside me, leaving careful space between us. Nathaniel's been arrested, he says quietly. My heart stops. What? The evidence he gave you. It was real. But how he got it? Jasper runs a hand through his disheveled hair. He didn't just expose Royce's crimes. He committed plenty of his own along the way. Did he know, when he helped me, that he'd go down too? Yeah. Jasper's laugh holds no humor. Said it was worth it to watch Royce fall. Guess revenge comes in many forms. The irony sits heavy in my chest. Everyone playing their own game of justice. Each of us thinking we were different, better, righteous. There's something else, Jasper continues. Something I should have told you sooner. He pulls out an envelope, aged and creased. Your mother wrote this, near the end. Asked me to give it to you when you were ready to hear the truth. My hands shake as I open it. Mom's familiar handwriting fills the page. My dearest Emily, by now you know about Royce, about the bills, about all of it. What you don't know is that I chose this. When Royce offered to pay for my treatment in exchange for my silence about what I'd discovered at his company, I agreed, not to save myself, but to protect you from what I knew would happen if I exposed him then. I'm sorry for the burden this placed on you, but I'm not sorry for choosing your future over my conscience. Sometimes love means making impossible choices. The truth is your weapon now, darling. Use it wisely. Use it not for revenge, but for justice. There's a difference. One leaves you empty, the other sets you free. All my love, Mom. Tears blur my vision as pieces click into place. Mom's insistence that I keep fighting after she was gone. Her strange calm when Royce offered to help. The knowing look in her eyes when Helen started coming around more often. She protected me, I whisper. Even then she was protecting me. She was buying time, Jasper says gently, making sure you'd be strong enough when the truth finally came out. The harbor breeze carries the scent of salt and new beginnings. I clasp the necklace around my neck, feeling its familiar weight, no longer a reminder of theft, but of sacrifice, of love stronger than vengeance. My phone buzzes. Gemma, Helen's father made it through surgery. He's asking to see you. Are you going to go? Jasper asks. I think of Helen in handcuffs, of Royce's mask finally cracking, of Nathaniel's Pyrrhic victory, of my mother making an impossible choice. Yes, I say, not for revenge, not even for justice anymore, but because someone needs to tell him the whole truth. Someone who remembers what it's like to have your whole world built on lies. Jasper stands, offers his hand. Want company? I take it, letting him pull me up. The sun has fully risen now, painting the city in shades of possibility. My phone buzzes again. Reporters, investigators, more people wanting pieces of the story. But standing here, in my mother's favorite place, I finally understand. The story was never about revenge. It wasn't even about justice. Not really. It was about truth. The kind that costs everything. The kind that sets you free. I slip my phone back in my pocket, unanswered. The hospital can wait a few more minutes. Right now, I want to sit with my mother's words, with the weight of her love around my neck, with the understanding that sometimes the greatest act of courage isn't in bringing others down. It's in choosing to rise above. Ready? Jasper asks. I take one last look at the harbor, at the light dancing across waves that keep moving forward, always forward, no matter what tries to hold them back. Yes, I say, I'm ready. And for the first time since this all began, I truly am.
The knife hovers over my daughter's 18th birthday cake, catching the light like a warning I should have heeded. My hand trembles slightly as 30 pairs of eyes watch, waiting for that perfect mother moment, the ceremonial first slice that would look just right on Instagram. Mom, wait. Tabitha's voice cuts through the party chatter. Something in her tone makes my skin prickle. I force my camera-ready smile to stay fixed, the one I've perfected over 20 years of marriage to Dalton. He stands behind me, his hand possessive on my waist, and I catch a whiff of unfamiliar perfume that definitely isn't mine. I have an announcement, Tabitha continues, her voice stronger now. The party guests lean in, expecting some cute teenage declaration about college plans or a boyfriend, but I know my daughter's face, every micro-expression, every subtle tell. This is something else entirely. Before we cut this cake, I want to thank everyone for coming, especially... She pauses, her eyes finding someone in the crowd. Especially my real family, who found me after all these years. The knife slips from my grip, clattering against the ceramic cake plate. The sound echoes through our suddenly silent living room. "What are you talking about, sweetie?" I manage to ask, but my voice sounds distant, like I'm underwater. Dalton's hand tightens on my waist. Not supportive, restraining. "I found my biological parents," Tabitha announces, "and they're here tonight." The room spins. Adoption? But that's impossible. I carried her. I have the stretch marks, the C-section scar, the memories of 27 hours of labor. I remember the weight of her in my arms, that first cry, the way she smelled. "Honey, there must be some mistake," I say, reaching for her hand across the cake table. She pulls back like my touch might burn her. "No mistake, Sadie." Dalton's voice comes from behind me, cool and controlled. Maybe we should continue this discussion privately, but Tabitha isn't finished. "They told me everything, about the fertility clinic, about what you did." Her eyes lock onto mine, filled with an accusation I don't understand. "About who you really are." The party dissolves into whispers. I see Cameron, my closest friend, push through the crowd toward me, concern etched on her face. But before she reaches us, a couple I don't recognize steps forward. The woman has Tabitha's eyes. The man has her smile. The real one, not the camera-ready version she learned from me. "I think," Dalton says smoothly, "it's time we wrapped up this lovely party." His fingers dig into my side, steering me toward the kitchen. "Sadie, darling, why don't you start getting the coffee ready?" I've spent years translating Dalton's suggestions into commands, but something snaps inside me. Maybe it's the perfume still lingering in the air, or the stranger's smile on my daughter's face, or the way his fingers are leaving bruises on my skin. No. I plant my feet. I want answers. Now. "Now isn't the time for one of your scenes," he hisses in my ear. "When is the time, Dalton? When you finish destroying everything I thought I knew?" The words escape before I can stop them. The whispers around us cease. In 18 years of marriage, I've never challenged him publicly. His mask slips for just a second, and I glimpse something cold and alien beneath it. Then he smiles, all charm and concern. "Sweetheart, you're upset. Let's get you somewhere quiet." But I'm not moving. I'm watching Tabitha embrace these strangers. Her real family, she called them. I'm watching my perfectly curated life crumble like the birthday cake I spent hours decorating. I remember every moment, I say, my voice rising. Every single moment of her birth. How is this possible? "Memory is a funny thing," Dalton says quietly, "especially when you've had help constructing it." The room tilts again, but this time it's not shock. It's rage. Pure, clarifying rage that burns through the fog of confusion. I turn to face him fully, shrugging off his grip. "What did you do?" He meets my eyes, and for the first time in our marriage, he doesn't try to soften the truth. "What I had to do. What you made necessary." Behind him, I see Tabitha slip a folded paper into her pocket. She catches my eye, and in that moment, I realize she knows something I don't, something that could explain why my husband smells like another woman's perfume, why strangers have my daughter's smile, why 18 years of memories feel suddenly fragile as spun sugar. The knife still lies on the cake plate. I pick it up, and this time, my hand doesn't shake at all. The house feels wrong in the aftermath. Too quiet, too empty, like a stage after the audience has gone home. I sit at my kitchen island, staring at the half-eaten birthday cake, its carefully piped roses now collapsed and smeared. My phone buzzes for the 20th time. Cameron again. I let it ring. 3 hours since the party imploded. 2 hours since Tabitha left with those strangers. 1 hour since Dalton stormed out after I threw his clothes onto the front lawn. Now it's just me and the ruins of a life I thought I understood. I pick up the knife, still sticky with frosting, and study my reflection in its surface. The woman looking back seems familiar and foreign at once, like a photograph that's been subtly altered. My phone buzzes again. This time it's a text, not from Cameron, but from an unknown number. Check his office, third drawer down, behind the false back. You deserve to know. I read it 3 times, my heart pounding harder with each pass. The message disappears before my eyes. One of those vanishing texts Tabitha's always using. Dalton's office has always been off limits. Sacred space, he called it. Now I understand it was just another wall he built to keep me contained. The door isn't locked. He never thought he'd need to lock it against me. Inside, everything is meticulously organized, just like the life he constructed for us. Family photos line the walls. Tabitha's first steps, our wedding day, beach vacations where we all smiled on cue. I wonder how many of these moments were real. The third drawer sticks slightly when I pull it. Inside, everything is exactly where it should be. File folders labeled with his precise handwriting, spare phone chargers, extra business cards. But when I run my fingers along the back, I feel it, a slight gap where the wood doesn't quite meet. My hands shake as I pry the false back loose. Behind it, a thin manila envelope falls into my lap. "What are you doing in here?" I jump at Dalton's voice. He stands in the doorway, jacket still on, face flushed from whatever he's been doing for the past hour. "Finding out who I married," I say, clutching the envelope. He moves toward me with that fluid grace I once found so attractive. "Sadie, you're upset. You're not thinking clearly. Give me the envelope." "Like I gave you 18 years? Like I gave you my daughter? Our daughter." He reaches for the envelope, but I step back. "Everything I did was for us, for our family." "Was that your family's perfume I smelled earlier? The one you couldn't quite wash off before the party?" His face hardens. "You want to do this now? Fine. Let's talk about family. Let's talk about why I had to take such extreme measures in the first place. What's that supposed to mean? Your brother knew. Jalen figured it out, didn't he? That's why he—" "Don't you dare talk about my brother." The rage rises so fast it chokes me. He died trying to protect me from something. Was it you? Was it this? A phone rings. His private line, the one I'm never supposed to answer. His eyes flick to it automatically. "Go ahead," I say. "Answer it. It's probably your real family calling." Instead, he steps closer, his voice dropping to that soothing tone he uses when he wants to make me doubt myself. "Sweetheart, you're spiraling. Remember what happened last time? The doctors said, the doctors you hired, the ones who helped you make me believe whatever you wanted?" His silence is all the confirmation I need. "Get out," I whisper. "This is my house. Not anymore." I pull out my phone, thumb hovering over Cameron's number. "Get out or I start making calls. To the police, to your partners, to everyone at that party who saw what happened." "You don't want to do this," he says, but there's a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. "You don't want to know what's in that envelope." "No, I don't, but I need to." We stand there, locked in a standoff, until another call lights up his phone. This time, when his eyes drift toward it, I see something I've never noticed before. Fear. He backs away slowly, straightening his jacket. "This isn't over, Sadie. When you're ready to be reasonable, call me." The front door closes behind him with a quiet click. I wait until I hear his car start, then slide down against his desk, the envelope trembling in my hands. Through the window, I catch movement, a figure standing in the shadows of our neighbor's yard. Before I can make out who it is, they step into the light. It's Zoe, my old colleague from the firm I left when Dalton insisted I focus on family. She holds up her phone, showing me a message. It's the same text I received about the drawer. Rain drums against the coffee shop window as I slide into the booth across from Cameron. She pushes a steaming mug toward me without speaking, her eyes fixed on the manila envelope I've placed between us. "You look like hell," she finally says. Turns out my whole life is a carefully constructed lie. It doesn't do much for the complexion. I wrap my hands around the mug, seeking warmth. I haven't slept since the party, since Zoe appeared in my yard like some harbinger of truth. "Have you opened it?" I shake my head. I needed, I don't know, a witness? Someone to tell me I'm not crazy? Cameron reaches across the table, her hand covering mine. "You're not crazy, Sadie. You never were." Something in her tone makes me look up sharply. "What do you know?" She withdraws her hand, suddenly fascinated by her coffee. "I've suspected things. About Dalton. About what happened with Jalen. And you never said anything? Would you have believed me?" Her voice is gentle, but the truth stings. "Every time anyone questioned Dalton, you defended him. Even after what happened with the medication, the episodes he said you had." My chest tightens. "Those were real. I have the prescriptions." Prescribed by his friend, the doctor who conveniently retired last year and moved overseas. The coffee turns bitter in my mouth. I push it away, reaching for the envelope instead. "I need to know. Whatever's in here. Will you stay while I read it?" She nods, and I break the seal. Inside, I find medical records, fertility clinic documents, bank statements, and photographs, so many photographs, of Tabitha as a newborn, but not in my arms, of a woman I don't recognize, holding her in a hospital room I've never seen. "This can't be right," I whisper. "I remember giving birth. I remember—" "What he wanted you to remember," Cameron says softly. "What the drugs made you believe." My phone buzzes. A text from Tabitha. "Meet me at the park. Our spot. Come alone." I start to stand, but Cameron grabs my wrist. "Wait, there's something else you need to see." She pulls out her own phone, scrolling through emails. "Zoe sent these last night. Financial records showing money moving from Dalton's accounts to a private trust. The beneficiary is listed as—" A shadow falls across our table. I look up to find Dalton standing there, immaculate in his business suit despite the rain, having a nice chat. His smile doesn't reach his eyes. "Cameron, I believe you're needed at the office. Something about those files you've been accessing?" The color drains from Cameron's face. She looks at me, then back at Dalton. "You can't keep controlling everyone forever." "Can I?" He slides into the booth next to her, his movement casual but somehow threatening. "How's your sister doing? Still struggling with those gambling debts?" Cameron's hands clench into fists. "I'm sorry, Sadie," she whispers, gathering her things. "I tried to help, but—" "It's okay," I say, though nothing is okay. "Go." After she leaves, Dalton reaches for the envelope. I snatch it back, clutching it to my chest. "You know," he says conversationally, "it's interesting how selective memory can be. For instance, I remember a woman so desperate for a child. She would have done anything, believed anything." "Stop it." A woman who had already lost one baby, who couldn't bear to lose another. The world tilts. "What did you say?" "Oh." His face shows mock concern. "Did you forget about that too? The miscarriage before Tabitha? It was right after your brother's unfortunate accident. Such a difficult time for you." My head pounds as fragments of memory surface. Pain, blood, Dalton's voice saying everything would be all right if I just took the pills, just trusted him, just let him handle everything. "I have to go," I say, standing so abruptly, I knock over my coffee. "Tabitha's waiting." "Is she?" He looks at his own phone. "Are you sure about that?" I run from the coffee shop into the rain, my heart hammering. The park is only 2 blocks away. I have to reach her before... My phone buzzes again. Unknown number. Don't go to the park. It's not her. Meet me at Jalen's grave instead. Bring the envelope. I stand in the downpour, water soaking through my clothes. The envelope protected against my chest. 2 messages, 2 destinations, 1 chance to finally learn the truth. Through the coffee shop window, I see Dalton watching me, already on his phone. Whatever I decide, I have to decide now. Jalen's headstone stands stark against the gray sky, rain making the granite glisten like tears. I trace his name with trembling fingers, remembering the last time I saw him alive. How he'd tried to tell me something about Dalton, about the fertility clinic. How I'd refused to listen. I should have believed you, I whisper. He died trying to protect you. Zoe emerges from behind a nearby oak, her corporate polish replaced by practical rain gear. Just like I've been trying to do. By hiding in the shadows for years? By waiting until my daughter was gone to say something? I had to wait until I had proof. She gestures to the envelope I'm clutching. And until you were ready to see it. A twig snaps behind us. We both turn to see a man approaching. Tall, broad-shouldered, with Tabitha's determined chin. This is Gareth, Zoe says. He's been helping me gather evidence. Evidence of what? But as soon as I look at him properly, I know. Those eyes, Tabitha's eyes. You're her father, her real father. He nods. Dalton stole my daughter, and he stole years of your life, too. How? The word comes out raw, desperate. The fertility clinic was a front, Zoe explains. Dalton and his partners were taking embryos from paying clients, implanting them in other women. The drugs, the therapy, it was all to make you believe Tabitha was biologically yours. But I remember false memories induced by carefully controlled medication. Gareth's voice is gentle. They did it to dozens of women. My wife was one of their donors. She died never knowing what happened to our embryos. The ground seems to shift beneath my feet. Zoe steadies me with a hand on my arm. Jalen figured it out. She continues. He was investigating the clinic's finances when he had his accident. I was his assistant at the accounting firm. After he died, I kept digging, but I had to be careful. Dalton's network runs deep. My phone buzzes. Another text from Tabitha. I show it to Zoe. Dalton has her phone. She confirms. But she's safe. She's with friends of mine. Why should I trust you? Because I have this. Gareth pulls out a folder. Inside are photos of a younger Dalton with various doctors, financial statements showing millions flowing through shell companies, and, my heart stops, medical records documenting my treatments. There's more, Zoe says. Cameron's been helping us, feeding us information. That's why Dalton threatened her today. He's getting desperate. A car door slams in the distance. Zoe tenses. We need to move. Dalton's people will be looking for you. I'm not going anywhere until I see Tabitha. Mom? I whirl around. Tabitha steps out from behind another headstone, her face pale but determined. She runs to me, and I pull her close, breathing in her familiar scent. I'm so sorry, she whispers. I didn't want to tell you like that at the party, but when I found out what he'd done to you, to all those women, how long have you known? A month. Gareth found me first. Then Zoe showed me the evidence. She pulls back, her eyes, his eyes, filled with tears. Dad, Dalton, he's been moving money around. I think he's planning to run. Another car door, closer this time, footsteps on wet grass. We need to go, Zoe insists. Now! Where? Somewhere safe, somewhere we can plan our next move. She hands me a burner phone. The evidence in that envelope isn't enough to bring him down, but combined with what Cameron's gathering from inside the firm... Cameron? A familiar voice cuts through the rain. I wouldn't count on her help anymore. Dalton emerges from the mist like a nightmare, Cameron beside him. Her face is streaked with tears. I'm sorry, she says again. He has my sister. Get in the car, Sadie. Dalton's voice is steel wrapped in silk. You too, Tabitha. This little rebellion has gone far enough. Tabitha grips my hand. Zoe and Gareth move to flank us. No, I say, and the word feels like freedom. We're done with your cars, your control, your lies. Think carefully about what you're doing. His hand moves toward his jacket pocket. About what you're risking. I already lost everything that mattered, I tell him. Now I'm taking it back. Lightning splits the sky, illuminating us all in harsh white light. The truth tellers and the liars, the victims and the victimizers. All of us caught in this moment of reckoning. Thunder follows, and in its rumble, I make my choice. The safe house is a small apartment above a closed bookstore, smelling of dust and old paper. I sit at a scratched kitchen table, watching Tabitha sleep on the worn couch, while Zoe makes quiet calls in the corner. The burner phone feels heavy in my pocket, loaded with Cameron's last text. I can fix this. Trust me one more time. Thunder still rolls outside, like an echo of the chaos at the cemetery, of Dalton pulling out not a weapon, but a phone, showing us live footage of Cameron's sister being led into a car, of Cameron's broken apology as she chose her sister's safety over our truth, of Gareth creating a diversion that let us escape into Zoe's waiting car. Your daughter's strong, Gareth says, settling into the chair across from me. Like her mother. Which mother? The words come out sharper than intended. The one who's fighting for her now. He slides a photo across the table, a woman with Tabitha's smile. Rebecca would have loved knowing her daughter had you. Did she? I swallow hard. Did she know what the clinic was doing? No, we were desperate for a child, trying every treatment we could afford. When she died during the egg retrieval procedure, I thought our chance at a family died too. His voice roughens. Then last year, I found irregularities in the clinic's records, started connecting dots. Zoe joins us, her face grim. We have a problem. Cameron just accessed files showing major transfers from Dalton's accounts. He's liquidating everything. Running, I say, just like Tabitha suspected. Not without consequences. Gareth's hands clench. We have enough evidence. Evidence isn't enough. Zoe cuts in. We need someone on the inside, someone he still trusts. They both look at me. No. I stand so abruptly my chair scrapes the floor. I can't go back there, not after everything. Mom? Tabitha stirs on the couch. What's wrong? Before I can answer, all our phones buzz simultaneously. It's a video message. Cameron standing in Dalton's office, fear clear on her face. I did what you asked, she says to someone off screen. The transfers are complete. Now please, let my sister go. Dalton steps into frame, that familiar cold smile in place. Of course, right after you help me with one last thing. He looks directly into the camera. Sadie, darling, I know you're watching. Come home. Let's discuss this like rational adults. You have 2 hours before I start making calls. To the police about Gareth's breaking and entering, to the medical board about Zoe's stolen records, to social services about our unstable daughter. The video ends. Tabitha is fully awake now, her face pale but determined. He's bluffing, she says. He wouldn't risk exposure. He would, Zoe interrupts, because he knows the system will believe him, the respected businessman, over us. Unless, I pull out the burner phone, rereading Cameron's text. Unless we give him exactly what he wants. Mom, no, listen to me. I grab Tabitha's hands. Your father, Gareth, has been gathering evidence for years. Zoe has the financial records. All we need is proof of Dalton's direct involvement, proof I can get if he thinks he's won. It's too dangerous, Gareth protests. He's unstable. He's predictable, I correct. His ego, his need for control, I know how to play into them. I've been doing it for 18 years. My phone buzzes again. Another message from Cameron. Storage Unit 23B, password Jalen 1990. Hurry. She's still helping us, I realize. Even now, she's creating a backup plan. Zoe studies the message. That's near the office. If Cameron's managed to stash evidence there, then I need to get it before meeting Dalton. I turn to Tabitha. I need you to trust me. Can you do that? She hugs me fiercely. I never stopped. 2 hours, Zoe reminds us. Whatever we're doing, we need to move fast. I look around at these people. My daughter, her real father, my brother's former assistant, all brought together by one man's web of lies. Then I think of Cameron, still trapped in that web, trying to protect her sister while leaving us breadcrumbs to the truth. I'm going home, I announce, and for the first time, the words taste like victory instead of surrender. But first, we're going to make sure Dalton never controls anyone again. Lightning flashes outside, illuminating our reflections in the window. 4 people hunched over a kitchen table, planning to dismantle an empire built on stolen dreams. The storm isn't over. It's just beginning. Storage Unit 23B looms before me, its padlock glinting in the fluorescent light. My fingers tremble as I punch in Jalen's birth year. The lock clicks open. Inside, bankers' boxes line metal shelves, each labeled with Cameron's precise handwriting. Patient names, dates, financial records, everything we need to expose Dalton's operation and everything that could destroy him. Looking for something specific? I whirl around. Cameron stands in the doorway, her business suit wrinkled, mascara smeared beneath her eyes. Your sister is safe. She steps inside, closing the door. Dalton's men are watching an empty apartment while she's on a plane to Vancouver. The video was recorded yesterday. I needed him to believe he still had leverage. She pulls a USB drive from her pocket. Everything's backed up, including what really happened to Jalen. My throat tightens. Tell me. Jalen found proof that Dalton was selling babies, matching wealthy donors with desperate mothers, playing God with people's lives. The night he died, he wasn't driving to the airport. He was coming to tell you. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead, matching the static in my head. Dalton killed my brother. He arranged it, made it look like an accident, just like he arranged everything else in your life. She hands me the drive, including me. Ice spreads through my chest. What? He hired me to watch you. Report back if you ever started questioning things. Her laugh is bitter. He didn't count on me falling in love with your family, with Tabitha, with the person you could have been without his control. All these years, my hand finds a shelf for support. Were you ever really my friend? I became one. That's why I started gathering evidence, helping Zoe. Why I reached out to Gareth when I found the connection to Tabitha. My phone buzzes, 1 hour left until Dalton's deadline. He'll kill us all, I whisper. No. Cameron's voice hardens. He'll try, but first, he'll want to know what's in here. She gestures to the boxes. His ego won't let him destroy the evidence until he knows exactly what we have. So we give him what he wants. Let him think he's won. While wearing this, she produces a small recording device. Military grade, undetectable. Zoe's contact came through. I take it, feeling its weight, lighter than the secrets I've carried for years. There's something else you need to see. Cameron pulls out a folder. Medical records, not the fake ones Dalton created, the real ones, about your pregnancy, the one you lost. My hands shake as I open it. Dates, test results, doctor's notes, all in stark medical language that cuts through the fog of manufactured memories. It was real, I breathe. That baby was real. Yes, and after you lost it, when you were most vulnerable, that's when Dalton implemented his plan. The fertility treatments, the drugs, the therapy, all designed to make you accept Tabitha as your biological child. Why? Why go to such lengths? Because you were perfect, grieving, desperate for a child, with enough family money to fund his operation. And Tabitha, she hesitates. Tabitha was special, the perfect donor embryo, guaranteed to produce a child of exceptional intelligence and ability. He could have sold her to the highest bidder, but he wanted her for himself, his ultimate achievement. My phone buzzes again. Dalton's message is simple. Time's running out, darling. I have to go back, I say. Make him believe I'm broken, that I'll accept his version of the truth. He'll be expecting that. Cameron checks her watch, which is why we're going to give him exactly what he wants and everything he fears. She pulls out her phone, showing me a series of texts. My breath catches as I read them. Is this real? Very. The question is, are you ready to use it? I think of Jalen, driving through the night to save me, of Tabitha, brave enough to shatter our perfect illusion, of the baby I lost, the only child that was truly mine. I'm done being ready, I tell her. I'm done being careful. I'm done being his perfect, controlled wife. Good, she hands me a key. Because in 45 minutes, everything changes. No matter what happens in that house, no matter what he says or threatens, remember, you're not alone anymore. I slip the recording device into my bra, the USB drive into my shoe, and the key into my pocket. Each one a weapon, each one a truth. Cameron? I pause at the door. Thank you for becoming my friend for real. She smiles, sad and fierce. Go get your life back. I step out into the night, heading toward the house where my husband waits with his lies and his power and his carefully constructed world. Time to tear it all down. Our front door opens before I can reach for my key. Dalton stands in the warm light of our foyer, jacket off, sleeves rolled up, casual, as if this were any other evening. Welcome home, darling. He steps aside to let me in. Shall we have this conversation in my office? The house smells wrong, too clean, like evidence has been scrubbed away. I follow him down the familiar hallway, past photos I now know are carefully curated lies. The recording device feels hot against my skin. His office is exactly as I left it, except for one detail, a glass of whiskey on his desk, half empty. Dalton never drinks while handling business. He's nervous. Sit. He gestures to the chair across from his desk, the supplicant's position. Instead, I remain standing. Where's Cameron? Taking care of loose ends. He settles into his chair. Now, about your little adventure. Did you ever love me? The question surprises us both. Or was I just convenient? Something flickers across his face, almost like pain. Everything I did was for us, for our family. Our family? I laugh, the sound sharp as broken glass. Tell me about Rebecca. He stills. Who? Tabitha's real mother, the woman who died in your clinic. Was she convenient too? You're confused. He stands slowly. The medications, the stress. You're not thinking clearly. I'm thinking clearly for the first time in 18 years. I pull out my phone, playing the video Cameron showed me. On screen, a younger Dalton discusses acquisition costs with a doctor, while a nurse wheels an unconscious woman down a hallway. Where did you get that? The same place I got these. I drop the USB drive on his desk. Financial records, medical files, proof of what you did to those women, to me. His hand moves toward the desk drawer where he keeps his gun. I feel a thrill of fear, but keep talking. Jalen found out, didn't he? That's why you had him killed. My brother died trying to save me from you. Your brother was a drunk who crashed his own car. But his voice wavers. The police might disagree, especially when they see the brake line maintenance records Cameron found. He lunges for the drawer. I step back, heart pounding, as he pulls out the gun. Give me the drive, he says quietly. Or what? You'll shoot me? Add murder to your list of crimes? I'll do whatever's necessary to protect what I've built. The gun doesn't waver. Everything I did was for us, for Tabitha. No. My voice grows stronger. Everything you did was for you, your ego, your control, your perfect family illusion. An illusion you were happy to live in. He steps around the desk. You wanted that baby so badly, you would have believed anything, done anything. You're right. The admission stops him. I was broken after losing my baby, vulnerable, perfect for your scheme, but you made one mistake. Oh? You gave me Tabitha, and she's stronger than both of us. On cue, the security system chimes. Front door opening, multiple footsteps. What did you do? His eyes narrow. Nothing, just invited your other families over. The office door opens. 3 women enter, all around my age, all with the same haunted look I used to see in my mirror. Behind them stands Gareth, Zoe, and Tabitha. Meet your wives, Dalton, the ones whose babies you stole, the ones you drugged and manipulated, just like me. Mom, Tabitha's voice cracks. His gun. He won't use it. I step closer to him. Because in about 30 seconds, the police will arrive with search warrants for every property you own. Cameron's been very helpful, explaining exactly where to look. His hand shakes. You're bluffing. Like you bluffed about having her sister. Vancouver's lovely this time of year, by the way. Sirens wail in the distance, growing closer. It's over, I tell him softly. The perfect family, the perfect lie, all of it. He looks at each face in turn. The women he betrayed, the daughter he stole, the life he manufactured, and something breaks behind his eyes. The gun clatters to the floor. You were never supposed to wake up, he whispers. But I did. We all did. Police flood the house. Gareth moves to restrain Dalton while Zoe retrieves the gun. The other women huddle together, sharing stories, sharing strength. Tabitha runs to me, burying her face in my shoulder like she did as a child. Is it really over? I hold her close, breathing in the scent of her hair. My daughter, not by blood but by choice, by love, by truth. No, I say, watching as officers lead Dalton away. It's just beginning. Morning sunlight streams through Jalen's bedroom window, turning dust motes into floating stars. I run my fingers along his old desk, where case files now spread like fallen leaves, evidence of lives disrupted, families fractured, truth finally emerging. Found another one, Cameron says from the doorway, holding up a manila folder. A girl in Seattle. Her mother just reached out. How many now? 23 confirmed cases, more coming forward every day. I add the folder to our growing collection. After Dalton's arrest, his empire began crumbling like a sandcastle at high tide. Each wave reveals new secrets, new victims, new threads to unravel. Footsteps on the stairs, Tabitha and Gareth, returning from their morning coffee ritual. Their relationship is still new, tender as a spring seedling, but growing stronger each day. Mom, Tabitha holds out a paper cup. We brought you your usual. And something else. Gareth produces an envelope. From Rebecca's parents. My hands shake slightly as I open it. Inside is a photo of Rebecca at Tabitha's age. Same determined chin, same fierce eyes. With it, a note. Thank you for loving our granddaughter when we couldn't. They want to meet you, Tabitha says softly. All of us, actually. Before I can respond, my phone buzzes. A text from Zoe. Turn on the news, now. Cameron grabs the remote. The screen fills with Dalton's face, hollow-eyed in prison orange, as he's led into court. The headline scrolls, Fertility Clinic CEO pleads guilty, agrees to name accomplices. He's talking? Cameron breathes. Finally, because he knows what's in the last box, I say. They all turn to look at me. What last box? Gareth asks. I move to Jalen's closet, reaching for the false panel he showed me years ago, the one I'd forgotten until last night's dream brought it rushing back. Inside is a single recorder, dusty but intact. The night before he died, Jalen came to me. He was excited, said he had proof of something big. I was too medicated to understand, but he left this. My fingers shake as I press play. Jalen's voice fills the room, young, urgent, alive. Sadie, if you're hearing this, I got sloppy. Let them catch me. But you need to know, it goes deeper than Dalton. There's a whole network, judges, doctors, politicians. I'm meeting someone tonight who can blow it all open. If anything happens to me, look for... The recording cuts off in static. That's why they killed him, Cameron realizes. Not just to protect Dalton, to protect everyone, I finish. And now Dalton's naming names to save himself. Tabitha grabs my hand. Mom, this is bigger than we thought. Maybe we should stop. No, I squeeze her hand. Your uncle died trying to expose this. Those women lost their babies, their memories, their lives. We finish what Jalen started. It'll be dangerous, Gareth warns. Everything worth doing is. I look around at these people who've become my true family, forged not in blood or lies, but in shared purpose and hard-won truth. Besides, I'm not alone anymore. Cameron's already on her laptop, fingers flying. I can cross-reference Dalton's associates with adoption records, political donations. I'll call Zoe, Gareth says. Her contacts in the DA's office need to hear that recording. Tabitha hugs me fiercely. We're really doing this? We are. I kiss her forehead. For Rebecca, for Jalen, for every family they tried to erase. The morning sun catches the dust motes again, dancing like stars in Jalen's old room. I think of all the nights he spent here, piecing together a puzzle whose scope he barely glimpsed. Of all the nights I spent in a drugged haze, missing the truth right in front of me. No more missing, no more haze. Mom, Tabitha's voice pulls me back. What do we do first? I pick up the Seattle folder, add it to Jalen's files, and face my daughter. This miraculous girl who shattered my perfect illusion and helped me find my real strength. We do what I should have done 18 years ago, I tell her. We wake everyone up. Through the window, I watch the sun climb higher, burning away the morning mist. Somewhere in a courtroom, Dalton is spilling secrets. Somewhere in Vancouver, Cameron's sister is safe. Somewhere in Seattle, another mother is remembering her truth. And here, in my brother's room, surrounded by evidence and love and purpose, I'm finally fully awake.
The name tag in my hands reads, Juliet Lucas, sister of the bride, the failure. I stare at those last two words written in my mother's perfect cursive, probably meant as a joke. Probably. The wedding reception swirls around me in shades of champagne and ivory, a perfect Pinterest board come to life. My sister Camilla's doing, of course. She's currently floating through the crowd in her designer gown, collecting compliments like butterflies in a net. I down my second glass of wine and try to remember why I agreed to be part of this circus. Jules! Camilla's voice cuts through the ambient chatter. Come meet Leo's work friends. I paste on my best supportive sister smile and wade through the sea of pastels and pearls. More introductions. More explaining that yes, I'm an artist, and no, I don't have a real job. More sympathetic nods when they learn I teach art to elementary school kids to pay rent. Leonardo, my new brother-in-law, wraps his arm around Camilla's waist. He's objectively handsome in that investment banker way, all sharp angles and whiter than white teeth. Jules here is our family's free spirit, he says, and everyone laughs like it's the cleverest thing they've heard all day. I excuse myself to the bathroom, needing a moment to breathe. The corridor leading to the restrooms is blessedly quiet, the music from the reception hall now just a dull thrum. That's when I spot Leonardo's phone on the decorative table outside the men's room, screen lighting up with incoming messages. I shouldn't look. I really shouldn't. But something about the preview text makes my stomach clench. I glance around, empty hallway, and pick up the phone. The messages are from someone named RW. Miss you already. Last night was incredible. Can't wait until your business trip next week. Remember to delete these messages. My hands start shaking. The timestamp shows these were sent during the ceremony, during my sister's wedding ceremony. More messages pop up, each one worse than the last. Photos I wish I could unsee. Plans for future meetups. This isn't a one-time thing, this is an ongoing affair. The bathroom door creaks. I quickly place the phone back, hands trembling so badly I nearly drop it. Leonardo emerges, adjusting his bow tie in the hallway mirror. "Oh, hey, Jules," he says, reaching for his phone. "Everything okay? You look pale." I force myself to meet his eyes. They're completely calm, like he hasn't just destroyed my sister's life before it really began. "Everything's fine," I lie, my voice steady despite the rage building in my chest. "Just needed some air." He nods, already scrolling through his phone. I watch his face change for a split second. He's seen the messages, but he just pockets the device and heads back toward the reception, whistling. The bastard is whistling. I lean against the wall, my mind racing. In the reception hall, I can hear Camilla's laugh, that pure, joyful sound I've known since we were kids. The sound that's about to shatter when she learns the truth, because she has to learn the truth, doesn't she? My mother's voice echoes in my head. "Don't make a scene, Juliet. For once in your life, don't be difficult." That's what she'll say if I speak up. That's what they all say whenever I don't play along with their perfect family narrative. But this isn't about me being difficult. This is about protecting my sister from a man who couldn't even wait until after the wedding to betray her. I pull out my phone and text Serena, my best friend. "Need you. Emergency. Reception. Bathroom. Now." While I wait, I stare at my reflection in the ornate mirror. The name tag is still stuck to my bridesmaid dress, mocking me. I rip it off, crumpling the failure into a tight ball. The bathroom door opens and Serena slips in. One look at my face and she knows something's wrong. "What happened?" I open my mouth to tell her, but the words stick in my throat, because saying it out loud makes it real. Because once I tell her, I can't pretend this isn't happening, because whatever I do next will change everything. "Jules?" Serena touches my arm. "You're scaring me." I take a deep breath and meet her eyes in the mirror. I just found out Leonardo is cheating on my sister. Has been for a while. And I have to decide right now if I'm going to blow up this entire wedding or let Camilla live in blissful ignorance. Serena's sharp intake of breath echoes off the bathroom tiles. "Oh God, what are you going to do?" I straighten my spine, something hardening in my chest. "I'm going to do what I do best," I say, reaching for the door handle. "I'm going to be difficult." Serena grabs my arm before I can storm back into the reception. "Jules, wait. You need a plan. You can't just watch me." I shake free, but she blocks the door. "5 minutes," she pleads. "Give me 5 minutes to think this through with you. Remember what happened at Thanksgiving?" That stops me. Last time I acted on impulse at a family gathering, I'd ended up sleeping in my car for a week. But this is different. This isn't about me. Fine. 5 minutes. We huddle in the corner of the bathroom, heads together like we're back in high school plotting revenge on mean girls. Except now the mean girl is my brother-in-law, and the stakes are my sister's life. "You need to tell Camilla first," Serena says. "Privately, before you do anything public." She's right. Of course she's right. I check my makeup in the mirror, wiping away a smudge of mascara. "I'll pull her aside. There's that little garden terrace off the main hall. But when I find Camilla, she's surrounded by a cluster of college friends all squealing over her ring. I hover at the edge of their circle, trying to catch her eye. When she finally notices me, her smile dims slightly. "Jules, what's wrong? Can we talk? Privately?" She follows me to the terrace. The setting sun paints everything in soft gold, making this moment feel surreal. Moths flutter around the string lights, and I think about how fragile happiness is, how easily it can be crushed. "Cam, I need to tell you something about Leonardo." She crosses her arms. "If this is about his job again." "It's not. I saw messages on his phone. He's cheating on you." The words hang in the air between us. Camilla's face doesn't change, but her fingers tighten on her arms. "What exactly did you see?" I tell her everything, the texts, the photos, the plans for next week. With each detail, I watch her expression harden. "Show me," she says finally. "I can't. They're on his phone." "So you just happened to see his private messages?" My stomach drops. "Cam, no, Jules. I know you've never liked Leo. I know you think I'm making a mistake, but making up lies on my wedding day? That's low even for you." The familiar acid of being dismissed burns my throat. "I'm not lying." "Really? Because it sounds exactly like something you'd do to prove you're right about him." She takes a step back. "God, I can't believe you'd try to ruin this for me." "Camilla, please." "Just stop." Her voice cracks. "For once in your life, just stop trying to fix everything. I'm happy. Why can't you let me be happy?" She turns to go back inside, but I grab her wrist. "Wait, just wait here. 2 minutes." I sprint through the reception hall, ignoring my mother's hissed "Juliet" as I pass. Leonardo's still by the bar with his best man, Rick. Their heads are bent together, laughing about something. "Leo," I say sweetly, "can I borrow your phone? My battery died, and I need to call my ride." He hesitates for a fraction of a second. "Sure, Jules." He pulls it out, but before handing it over, his thumb moves quickly across the screen. Deleting messages. The bastard is deleting messages right in front of me. He hands me the phone with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. I take it and walk away slowly, my mind racing. There has to be something left. Some proof. That's when I hear it. Rick's voice carrying just far enough. "Careful, man. She's sharper than she looks." I freeze, then casually drift closer to their conversation, pretending to fiddle with the phone. "It's handled," Leonardo mutters. "Unlike you handling Roslyn last month. Jesus, Rick, you almost blew everything." "Hey, I covered for you with that whole Miami story, didn't I? Even convinced Camilla you were at that conference when you were actually—" "Shut up," Leonardo hisses. "Not here." My hands shake as I open his photo gallery. Most recent images deleted, messages cleared. But there, in his recently deleted folder, he forgot about that. 3 photos remain, including one of him kissing a woman who definitely isn't my sister. I quickly send the photos to my own phone, then delete the evidence of the transfer. Walking back to the bar, I return his phone with a smile that matches his. All teeth, no warmth. On the terrace, Camilla's still waiting, arms wrapped around herself. Without a word, I hold up my phone, showing her the proof she demanded. She stares at the photos for a long time. Then she looks up at me and I see something break behind her eyes. "What do we do now?" she whispers. I take her hand. "Now? Now we make him pay." The microphone feels heavy in my hand as I stand, my champagne glass tinkling against the metal. Around me, 200 faces turn expectantly, waiting for what they assume will be another saccharine toast to the happy couple. Camilla sits rigid beside Leonardo, her smile fixed in place. We spent 20 minutes in that garden terrace plotting this moment. Her words echo in my head. "Make it hurt." I clear my throat. When I was 12, Camilla broke her arm falling from our treehouse. I watched her hit the ground, and I'll never forget the sound she made, this tiny broken gasp. I'm hearing that same sound today. The room stills. Leonardo's champagne glass freezes halfway to his lips. "You see, my sister deserves a love story. Instead, she got a cautionary tale." I turned to face Leonardo directly. Would you like to tell everyone about Roslyn? Or should I? The colour drains from his face. In the sudden silence, someone's fork clatters against a plate. Jules! My mother's warning voice carries across the room. Sit down. No, Mom, not this time. My voice shakes, but I force myself to continue. My beautiful, brilliant sister just married a man who couldn't even wait until after the ceremony to text his girlfriend. Yes, girlfriend. Present tense. Gasps ripple through the crowd. Leonardo stands, his chair scraping against the floor. You're drunk, Juliet, and making a fool of yourself. Am I? I pull out my phone. Should we discuss the photos you forgot to permanently delete? Or maybe the Miami trip that wasn't actually a conference? Rick, the best man, shifts uncomfortably in his seat. Our eyes meet, and something flickers across his face. Guilt, fear. Rick knows what I'm talking about, don't you? I watch him flinch. Want to tell everyone what really happened in Miami? That's enough! Leonardo slams his hand on the table. Crystal glasses jump, sending champagne splashing across the pristine tablecloth. But I'm not done. I have proof. Everything. The messages, the photos, the hotel receipts. She's lying, Leonardo cuts in smoothly, addressing the stunned crowd. Juliet has always been unstable, jealous of her sister's success. This is just another cry for attention. The familiar dismissal stings, but I stand my ground. Really? Then you won't mind if I show everyone? Show them what? He smirks and my blood runs cold. I check my phone. The photos are gone. All of them. Looking for these? Rick holds up his phone and I realise with horror what happened. While I was speaking, he must have remotely deleted them through the cloud sharing I'd forgotten to disable. The room starts to spin. I've lost my proof, lost my credibility, lost everything. Then Camilla stands. I saw them, she says quietly. The photos, the messages. I saw everything. Leonardo's head whips toward her. Baby! Don't! Her voice could freeze hell. Don't you dare! She turns to face our gathered family and friends, her wedding dress catching the light like broken glass. My sister is telling the truth, every word. The silence shatters. Voices erupt in overlapping waves of shock and outrage. My mother's hands cover her face. Leonardo's parents huddle together, whispering frantically. I trusted you. Camilla continues, each word precise and cutting. I defended you. I chose you over everyone who tried to warn me, including my sister. She looks at me then, tears in her eyes. I'm so sorry, Jules. I should have listened. Leonardo grabs her arm. We can talk about this privately. Get your hands off my sister. The words tear from my throat before I can stop them. What happens next seems to unfold in slow motion. Rick stands, his face twisted with what looks like genuine remorse. I can't do this anymore. He pulls out his phone again, but this time he's not deleting evidence. He's sharing it. I kept copies, he says, not meeting Leonardo's murderous glare. Of everything, because I knew someday I'd have to make this right. Phones around the room start pinging with incoming messages. Leonardo lunges for Rick, but two of Camilla's cousins grab him before he can reach the best man. In the chaos that follows, I find myself standing still, watching my sister's wedding implode around me. I should feel triumphant, I should feel vindicated. Instead, I feel my mother's arms wrap around me from behind, the first time she's hugged me in years. My brave girl, she whispers against my hair. My brave, difficult, wonderful girl. And suddenly I'm 12 again, watching my sister fall, knowing the sound she's about to make. Only this time, I caught her before she hit the ground. The aftermath hits like a tsunami. Security escorts Leonardo out while guests mill around in shocked clusters, phones raised to capture every moment. I stand in the eye of the storm, watching my sister's wedding reception transform into a viral scandal in real time. You've really done it this time. My mother's earlier warmth has evaporated. She's back to her familiar disappointed stance, arms crossed, lips pressed into a thin line. Do you have any idea how much this wedding cost? Really, Mom? That's what you're worried about? Someone has to think practically. She gestures at the chaos around us. The venue, the catering, the gifts. The gifts can go back, Camilla interrupts, appearing beside me. She's changed out of her wedding dress into a simple black sheath. Just like the ring. My mother deflates slightly. Darling, maybe we should all take some time to... To what? Camilla's voice cracks. To pretend this didn't happen? To give him another chance? She laughs, but it sounds more like breaking glass. That's what you told Jules to do, isn't it? When her ex stole her artwork and sold it as his own? Take some time. Think it through. Don't be hasty. I stare at my sister. I'd never told her about that. I heard you and Dad talking about it, she explains, catching my look. I heard you tell Jules to let it go, to not make waves, and I said nothing. Her eyes fill with tears. I always said nothing. The weight of unspoken years hangs between us. All those times I'd fought my battles alone, thinking Camilla was just another witness to my difficult nature. Ladies, Rick approaches cautiously, phone in hand. We have a situation. He shows us Leonardo's latest Instagram post, a perfectly curated photo of him looking wounded but dignified, captioned with a paragraph about false accusations and family jealousy. The comments are already flooding in, taking sides. He's trying to control the narrative, Rick explains, and he's good at it, really good. Of course he is, I mutter. He's been managing his image since day one. Camilla grabs Rick's phone, scrolling through the comments. Her hands shake. People are believing him. They're calling Jules a bitter spinster and me a gullible fool. Honey, my mother starts, maybe we should take this down a notch. Think about your career. My career? Camilla's laugh turns hysterical. I'm an environmental lawyer, Mom. I literally fight corporate liars for a living, and I couldn't even spot one sleeping in my bed. She throws Rick's phone across the room. It hits the wall with a satisfying crack. I'll get you a new one, she tells Rick weakly. Don't worry about it. He runs a hand through his hair. I owe you both way more than a phone. I should have spoken up months ago. Why didn't you? I ask. He won't meet my eyes. Leonardo, he knows things. About everyone. It's how he operates. Find the weakness, exploit it, keep people in line. What does he have on you? Rick's silence speaks volumes. It doesn't matter, Camilla says suddenly. Whatever he has, whatever he says, it doesn't matter anymore. I'm done being afraid of the truth. She pulls out her own phone and starts typing furiously. Before anyone can stop her, she's posted a response to Leonardo's carefully crafted narrative. A raw, unfiltered account of everything, including screenshots Rick provided of Leonardo's other affairs. Camilla! Our mother looks horrified. Take that down immediately. No. My sister's voice is steel. I'm done taking things down, keeping things quiet, making things easier for everyone else. Jules was right all along. Some things need to be difficult. My phone buzzes. Then again. And again. Notifications pour in as Camilla's post goes viral, spreading across platforms like wildfire. Oh, God, my mother moans. The press will be all over this. Both your firms will. Good, Camilla and I say simultaneously. We look at each other and something shifts between us. Years of careful distance crumbling in an instant. She reaches for my hand. I need your help, Jules. Not just with Leonardo, but with everything after. I need my sister back. I never left, I whisper. I know. I was the one who stayed away. Trying to be perfect, trying to not rock the boat. She squeezes my hand. Teach me how to make waves. Behind us, our mother is still talking about damage control, about family reputation, about taking things offline. But for the first time in years, neither of us is listening. First lesson, I tell Camilla, a smile spreading across my face. The boat deserves to be rocked. She grins back, fierce and broken and beautiful. Then let's cause a storm. 3 days after the wedding explosion, I wake to find my art studio's front window shattered. Glass crunches under my boots as I step inside, heart pounding. The damage isn't random. My latest paintings, the series I've been working on for months, are slashed to ribbons. I touch one canvas, fingers trembling. The cuts are precise, surgical, professional. My phone rings. Camilla. "Turn on the news," she says without preamble. Now. I pull up the local news site on my phone. Leonardo's smiling face fills the screen as he stands outside his law firm, looking every bit the wronged party. The headline makes my stomach turn. Prominent attorney speaks out about wedding scandal. Claims systematic harassment. He's saying we're orchestrating a smear campaign, Camilla's voice shakes, that we're doctoring evidence, manipulating Rick, trying to destroy his reputation out of family jealousy. I look around my destroyed studio. Yeah, I'm getting that message loud and clear. What do you mean? Before I can answer, the bell above my door chimes. I spin around to find Roslyn, Leonardo's not-so-secret girlfriend, standing among the broken glass. "I'll call you back," I tell Camilla, ending the call despite her protests. Roslyn surveys the destruction, her face unreadable. She's exactly as beautiful as her photos suggested, but there's something hard in her eyes that the camera missed. "Let me guess," I say. "Leonardo sent you to threaten me?" She laughs, but there's no humor in it. "Leonardo doesn't send me anywhere. That's kind of the problem." She perches on my paint-splattered work table, incongruous in her designer outfit. "You know what's funny? I actually came to thank you. Thank me for blowing everything up. I've been trying to end things with Leo for months, but he always had a way of making that difficult. The way she says difficult makes my skin crawl. What did he do? What didn't he do?" She pulls out her phone, showing me texts, emails, photos, a digital paper trail of manipulation and threats. Every time I tried to leave, he'd remind me how easily he could ruin me. My job, my reputation, everything. "Why are you showing me this?" "Because you need to understand what you're dealing with. That stunt at the wedding, the viral posts, that's just the beginning. Leo doesn't lose. Ever." As if on cue, my phone buzzes with a text from Rick. "Check your email. Emergency." I open my inbox to find a cease and desist letter from Leonardo's firm, threatening legal action for defamation. But it's the next email that makes my blood run cold. A message from the elementary school where I teach art, requesting an immediate meeting about my recent public behavior. "He's going after your job," Roslyn says softly. "Just like he went after your studio. Just like he'll go after everything else until you and your sister back down." "We won't." "Then be smarter than I was." She slides off the table. "Don't fight him in the open. He's got too much practice looking like the good guy." "So what, we just let him win?" "No." Her smile turns sharp. "We find his weakness. The one thing he can't spin or charm his way out of." I think about Rick's words at the wedding. Leonardo knows things. About everyone. "The evidence Rick shared," I say slowly. "That wasn't everything, was it?" "Not even close." Roslyn pulls a small USB drive from her purse. "Leo likes to keep receipts. Insurance, he calls it. Against clients, colleagues, friends, anyone who might someday become a problem." She places the drive on my table. 3 years of his private files. Emails, photos, recordings, everything he never wanted found. "Why give this to me?" "Because your sister was collateral damage. I never meant—" She stops, composes herself. "Just make it count, okay?" She turns to leave, but pauses at the door. "One more thing. When you use this, and you will, be prepared. Some of what's on there, it's going to hurt people you care about. Are you ready for that?" I look around my destroyed studio, at the shredded canvases that represented months of work. Think about the emails threatening my job, my sister's reputation, our future. "Yes," I say. "And I mean it." Roslyn nods. "Good. Because Leo's right about one thing. You're not just fighting him anymore. You're fighting an entire system that protects men like him. And that system." She gestures at my ruined art. "It fights back." After she leaves, I stand in the wreckage of my studio holding the USB drive that could change everything. My phone buzzes again. Camilla, probably worried. But before I call her back, I need to decide. How far am I willing to go? And more importantly, who am I willing to take down with me? The contents of the USB drive spill across my laptop screen like toxic waste. Emails, photos, voice recordings, each file more damning than the last. My hands shake as I scroll through Leonardo's carefully catalogued collection of other people's secrets. "We can't use this," Camilla says, pacing my living room. "These aren't just Leonardo's victims, they're innocent people he's blackmailing. We'd be no better than him." She's right. The drive contains enough dirt to bury Leonardo 10 times over, but using it would mean destroying dozens of other lives. Colleagues who made mistakes, clients who trusted him, even judges who'd been compromised. My phone buzzes. Another email from the school board, third one today. The words "professional conduct review" and "termination" jump out at me. "They're suspending me," I tell Camilla. "Pending investigation into my pattern of disruptive behavior." She stops pacing. "He can't do that. They can't fire you for exposing the truth. Watch me lose my job anyway." I close my laptop, unable to look at any more evidence of Leonardo's corruption. You know what the worst part is? The kids' art show is next week. I promised them I'd be there. Camilla's face hardens. "Okay, screw this. We're using the files. What happened to "we'd be no better than him"? That was before he went after your kids' art show. She grabs my laptop. "We just need to be selective. Find something that only hurts him." But as we dig deeper into the files, a pattern emerges. Leonardo hasn't just been collecting dirt, he's been weaving a web. Every piece of information connects to something else, someone else. Using any of it would trigger a cascade of consequences we couldn't control. "Wait," Camilla says suddenly. "Go back to that email thread." I scroll back to a conversation between Leonardo and someone named Marcus. The subject line reads, Riverside Development Deal. "That's the project I've been investigating," Camilla explains, eyes scanning the text. "A luxury development that mysteriously got approved despite environmental violations. I could never prove." Her voice trails off as she reads further. "Oh my God. What?" Leonardo knew. He knew the land was contaminated. He helped cover up soil test results that showed dangerous levels of toxins. She points to an attachment. "Look, here's the original report they buried. Can you use this? This isn't just evidence of corruption, it's proof of criminal negligence. People could die if they build on that land." She straightens up. "I need to take this to the EPA immediately." "Cam, wait." I grab her arm. "Think about what happens next. Leonardo will know where this came from. He'll release everything else in retaliation. Let him." Her voice is steel. "Some things matter more than reputation." Before she can leave, my phone rings. Unknown number. "Hello? Ms. Lucas," a woman's voice, professional but warm. "This is Patricia from Channel 7 News. We're doing a story on Leonardo Perkins and the allegations of systematic corruption in his firm. Would you be willing to comment?" I meet Camilla's eyes. She nods. "Actually," I say, "I think you're going to want to hear what my sister has to say. She's an environmental lawyer who's discovered something interesting about the Riverside Development Project." After we hang up, Camilla looks at me. "You know what this means, right? Once I go public with this evidence, there's no going back for either of us." "I know. The school board. Some things matter more than a job." She hugs me fiercely. "I'll protect you this time, I promise. Just go save the world, counselor. I'll handle Leonardo's tantrum." As if summoned by his name, my phone buzzes with a text from Rick. "Leo knows about the USB drive. He's on his way to your place. Don't let him in." Too late. A sharp knock echoes through my apartment. "Juliet?" Leonardo's voice smooth as ever. "We need to talk." Camilla clutches the laptop to her chest. I point to my bedroom. There's a fire escape she can use to leave unseen. She shakes her head, but I push her toward it. "Go," I whisper. "Get that evidence somewhere safe. I'll keep him busy." Another knock, harder this time. "I know you're in there, Jules. Don't make this difficult." I wait until I hear Camilla's quiet footsteps on the fire escape before opening the door. Leonardo stands there in his perfect suit, wearing his perfect smile. But his eyes are wild. "Where is it?" he demands, pushing past me into the apartment. I cross my arms, planting myself between him and my bedroom door. "Where's what?" "Don't play games. The drive." Rosalind's drive. He steps closer, looming over me. Give it to me now, and maybe we can still fix this mess you've made. I smile, channeling every ounce of difficult, defiant energy I possess. You want to talk about messes, Leonardo? Let's talk about Riverside. The color drains from his face, and I know we've won. Leonardo's composure cracks like thin ice. You have no idea what you're doing, he snarls, advancing on me. That development deal involves people you don't want to cross. I stand my ground, even as my heart hammers. You mean people like you? Men who think they can bury their crimes in paperwork and threats? He lunges for my laptop on the coffee table. I grab it first, clutching it to my chest. Give me the drive, Juliet. His voice drops dangerously low. Last chance. Or what? You'll destroy my career? Too late. Ruin my reputation? Already done. What's left, Leo? His smile turns cruel. Your mother's medical license review is next week, isn't it? Be a shame if the board received evidence of prescription irregularities. The air leaves my lungs. You wouldn't. Try me. He pulls out his phone. One call. That's all it takes to end her career. Your choice. My fingers tighten on the laptop. Mom and I have our issues, but this would destroy her. Everything she's worked for gone in an instant. Leonardo sees my hesitation. Smart girl. Now the door bursts open. Camilla strides in, followed by Rick and 2 people in FBI windbreakers. Actually, Camilla says, I think they'd like the drive. Leonardo spins around. What is this? This, one agent steps forward, is what happens when you threaten a federal witness. She turns to me. Ms. Lucas, are you all right? I nod, still clutching the laptop. You recorded that? Leonardo's face contorts. You little... Choose your next words carefully, Rick interrupts, holding up his phone. Still streaming. The second agent pulls out handcuffs. Leonardo Perkins, you're under arrest for witness tampering, conspiracy to commit fraud, and environmental violations under the Clean Water Act. You can't prove anything, Leonardo spits. No? Camilla pulls out her phone, plays a video. Leonardo's own voice fills the room, discussing the contaminated soil reports. Funny thing about evidence, it works better when you share it with the right people instead of using it for blackmail. As the agents read him his rights, Leonardo locks eyes with me. You think this is over? Everything on that drive goes public. Everyone gets burned. Already handled, Rick says. While Juliet kept you busy, we've been working with the FBI's cybercrime unit. The evidence of actual crimes will be used in prosecution. The personal information? Sealed by federal order. You planned this, Leonardo whispers. All of you. No. I step closer. We just learned from you. Find the weakness, exploit it, keep people in line. Isn't that how it works? The agents start leading him away, but I'm not done. You know what your weakness was, Leo. You thought everyone was like you, that we'd all choose self-preservation over doing what's right. But some of us. I glance at Camilla, at Rick. Some of us choose differently. After the agents leave with Leonardo, Camilla hugs me so hard it hurts. I'm sorry I left you alone with him. You didn't. I hug her back. You were exactly where you needed to be. Rick clears his throat. There's something else you should see. He holds up his phone, showing a social media feed exploding with support. Comments flood in from Leonardo's other victims, sharing their stories. The hashtag #JockDifficultWomen is trending. Turns out, Rick says, you weren't the only ones he tried to silence. Once people saw you stand up to him, my phone buzzes. An email from the school board. I brace myself, but instead of more threats, it's an apology. They're launching an investigation into Leonardo's interference and want me back for the art show. We did it, I breathe. You did it, Camilla corrects. You stood up first, showed me how to be brave. Showed all of us, Rick adds. I think about the name tag from the wedding, the failure, written in my mother's perfect script. About all the times I was told to be quieter, smaller, less difficult. Should we call Mom? Camilla asks softly. Tell her she's safe. I nod, reaching for my phone, but pause. Hey, Cam, Remember when we were kids and you fell from that treehouse? Of course. You never told anyone, but I know why you fell. You were trying to catch me, stop me from jumping to the next tree. She smiles. You always did take the scary jumps. Yeah, well, I squeeze her hand. Thanks for jumping with me this time. Outside, camera flashes start popping as news vans arrive. The next few days will be chaos. Interviews, statements, proceedings. But for now, in my apartment with my sister and our unlikely ally, I feel something I haven't felt in years. Perfectly gloriously at peace with being difficult. Ready to face the cameras? Camilla asks. I straighten my spine. Ready to tell the truth. The elementary school hallway buzzes with excitement as kids and parents filter into the art show. My students' works line the walls, bright splashes of courage and imagination that refuse to be contained by paper borders. Just like their teacher. Miss Jules, Emma tugs my sleeve, pointing to her painting. I did it just like you said. I made the scary parts beautiful. I kneel beside her, studying the swirling darkness she's transformed into stars. You absolutely did. Is it too difficult? She whispers, echoing my mother's favorite word. No, honey. It's exactly difficult enough. The crowd parts, and I spot my mother standing before Emma's painting. She's been quiet since Leonardo's arrest, since learning how close she came to losing everything. But she came tonight. That's something. It's chaotic, she says, tilting her head at the artwork, but purposeful, like someone I know. Before I can respond, Camilla bursts through the door, still in her court clothes. Did I miss it? Please tell me I didn't miss it. Perfect timing, I say, checking my watch. They're announcing the gallery selections in 5 minutes. She hugs me, whispering, Leonardo took the plea deal. Full confession. It's over. Relief floods through me, but there's something else in her voice. And I've been appointed to the state's new Environmental Oversight Committee. They want someone with a proven record of standing up to corporate corruption. I laugh. Look who's being difficult now. Learned from the best. She squeezes my hand. Oh, and Rick's here. He brought someone you should meet. Rick appears with a tall woman in a gallery owner's perfectly curated outfit. Jules, this is Marina. She saw your work online, the pieces Leonardo destroyed. I photograph everything, I explain. Digital backup of all my art after previous experiences. Marina nods. Rick showed me the photos, that series about silence and power. I have space in my gallery's upcoming exhibition on feminist perspectives, if you're interested. My heart stops. Marina's gallery is the kind of space I'd never dared approach, certain I'd be dismissed. My voice catches. The originals were destroyed, so recreate them. Bigger, bolder. Her eyes spark. Sometimes destruction is just renovation in disguise. The principal calls for attention, gathering everyone for the announcement of which student pieces will be displayed at the district art show. As she speaks, I feel a small hand slip into mine. Emma vibrating with nervous energy. What if they don't pick mine? She whispers. Then we'll know they weren't ready for something that brave. My mother appears on Emma's other side, taking her free hand. And brave is better than safe, she says, meeting my eyes. I should have taught you that a long time ago. The principal unfolds her paper. Our first selection, Emma Chen's Night Stars. Emma squeals, launching herself at the painting. My mother follows to help her take it down, but pauses. Juliet, that day, with the name tag. I never meant... I know, Mom. No, let me finish. I called you difficult because I didn't have the courage to be difficult myself. But watching you these past weeks, seeing you stand up not just for yourself, but for everyone else. She straightens her spine. I'm proud of you. My difficult, magnificent daughter. Camilla joins us, followed by Rick and Marina. Around us, children excitedly discuss their art, unafraid to take up space, to make noise, to be seen. Ready to see your new gallery space? Marina asks. I look at my family, my sister who jumped with me, my mother learning to embrace the chaos, even Rick who chose truth over safety. At Emma, proudly showing her difficult, beautiful painting to anyone who'll look. Actually, I say, I want to change the series title. Oh? Instead of Silence and Power, I smile, feeling the rightness of it. I want to call it Difficult Women. Perfect, Marina says. And the first piece? I turn to Emma's painting. Darkness transformed into stars, fear turned to beauty, silence broken by truth. This one. I want to recreate this one first. But that's not your art, my mother says, confused. No, I agree. It's better. It's what happens when we teach the next generation that their voice matters. That difficult isn't an insult. It's a superpower. Emma beams up at me, starlight and courage radiating from her small frame. Around us, the art show continues, a symphony of colour and chaos and children unafraid to make noise. And in that moment, I am exactly difficult enough.
You're just jealous because she's going places, Mum hissed. That's when I decided they'd regret every last word. I'm Olivia, the responsible one, the reliable one, the boring one. At least that's what my family has branded me since I was old enough to balance a checkbook, which, by the way, was age 12. While other kids were having sleepovers, I was learning to manage our household budget because Mom was too busy managing my sister, Tessa's modelling portfolio. This is the opportunity of a lifetime, Tessa announced at our weekly family dinner, her perfectly manicured hands clutching her rose gold iPhone 14 Pro. I already have 3,000 followers. Mallory says with the right equipment and strategy, I could hit 1 million by next year. I stabbed at my salmon, already knowing where this was heading. Mallory was Tessa's latest mentor, a mid-tier influencer who charged astronomical fees for her exclusive coaching program. That's wonderful, sweetheart, Mom beamed, reaching across the table to squeeze Tessa's hand. Tell us more about the plan. Well, Tessa's eyes sparkled with that familiar look, the one that always preceded someone else opening their wallet. I need to invest in myself. Professional camera equipment, lighting, a small studio space. Plus, travel content is huge right now. Mallory says, How much? I interrupted, earning a sharp look from Dad. Tessa bit her lip, playing innocent. Around 60,000. I choked on my wine. $60,000? Are you insane? Olivia! Mom's voice could cut glass. Your sister is trying to build something here. This is an investment in her future. Her future as what? Another wannabe influencer drowning in debt? I've done the math, Tessa pouted, pulling up a spreadsheet on her phone. Once I hit 50,000 followers, the brand deals start rolling in. Mallory makes 6 figures from her partnerships. Dad cleared his throat. We've discussed this with Tessa, and we think it's a solid plan. The only issue is... He glanced at Mom. The banks won't approve such a large personal loan for someone her age. But if you co-sign, absolutely not. I pushed my plate away. I've spent years building my credit score. I'm not risking it on this scheme. Scheme? Tessa's eyes welled up right on cue. This is my dream, Olivia. Why do you always have to rain on everything? Because someone has to be realistic. You've never held a real job. You dropped out of community college. And now you want to gamble 60 grand on becoming Instagram famous. You work at a bank, Mom interjected. You understand finance. That's why you're perfect for this. Your sister needs you. I laughed bitterly. Funny how I'm suddenly perfect when you need my signature. I knew she'd be like this, Tessa sniffled. She's always been jealous of me, ever since we were kids. That's not fair, Tessa, Dad said weakly, but his eyes pleaded with me to give in. Always the peacekeeper, never the parent. Jealous? I stood up, my chair scraping against the hardwood. I've worked my ass off for everything I have. I paid my own way through college. I saved for my own apartment. Meanwhile, you've handed her everything on a silver platter, and she still wants more. We support our children's dreams in this family, Mum declared, her voice ice cold. But I suppose you wouldn't understand that, since you never dreamed bigger than pushing papers at a desk. The room went silent. Even Tessa looked uncomfortable. I'll think about it, I said quietly, grabbing my purse. But don't hold your breath. Olivia, wait, Dad called after me, but I was already heading for the door. Later that night, the texts started rolling in. Tessa, I can't believe you're being so selfish. This could change my life. Mum, your father and I are very disappointed in your attitude. Dad, please, call us. We can work something out. I turned off my phone and poured myself another glass of wine. As I stood at my apartment window, watching the city lights flicker, something shifted inside me. Years of being the family ATM, the responsible one, the boring one, it all crystallized into a single clear thought. They wanted my signature? Fine. But this time, I'd make sure the fine print worked in my favour. I picked up my phone and scrolled through my contacts until I found the number I needed. Uriel Steele, attorney at law. We'd gone to college together, and he owed me a favour. Hey, Yuri, it's Olivia. Remember that time I helped you ace financial law? I need some advice about loan agreements and collateral clauses. Sometimes the best revenge isn't saying no, it's saying yes, and waiting for them to realise what they've actually signed up for. I signed the papers under their watchful eyes, but only one of us knew the truth hidden on page 7. 2 days earlier, I'd met Uriel at a quiet coffee shop downtown, far from my family's usual haunts. He raised an eyebrow as I slid the draft loan agreement across the table. Hypothetically speaking, I began, if someone was forced to co-sign a loan they knew would default. Hypothetically, Uriel smirked, scanning the document. This is oddly specific for a hypothetical situation, Liv. Just help me understand my options. He leaned back, coffee forgotten. Well, your hypothetical person could refuse to sign, or they could add conditions, like requiring collateral against their portion of the liability. Collateral? I sat up straighter. What kind of collateral? Property, usually. Something of equal value to secure the debt. He studied my face. Your family still owns that rental property on Oak Street, right? My heart raced. How would someone hypothetically add that kind of clause? Carefully, he warned, and with proper legal language. Here. He pulled out a pen and started drafting on a napkin. My phone buzzed. Another text from Tessa. Just ordered my first ring light. Can't wait to start creating content. Haska blessed. I turned the phone face down. Show me exactly what to write. Back in the present, I watched Mum's perfectly manicured finger trace down each page of the contract. Everything looks in order, she announced, passing it to Dad. Are you sure you don't want to read it more carefully? I asked innocently. There's a lot of legal terminology. Oh, please. Tessa rolled her eyes from her perch on the couch. We trust you, Miss Bank Executive. Stop being so dramatic. I caught my reflection in the window. Calm, collected, almost serene. Inside, my heart was pounding. I just want to make sure everyone understands their obligations, I said, voice steady. Especially regarding default scenarios and collateral requirements. Yes, Mum waved dismissively. We've been over this. Now, Tessa needs the funds transferred by Monday to secure her studio space. Dad signed without reading, as I knew he would. His fountain pen scratched across the signature line. The same pen he'd used to sign all of Tessa's modelling contracts, her private school tuition, her failed business ventures. There, he smiled, sliding the contract back to me. All done. Family supporting family, just as it should be. I carefully tucked the papers into my briefcase. I'll file these tomorrow. The bank should process everything within 48 hours. Perfect, Tessa squealed, already typing on her phone. Mallory says we can start the branding workshop next week. Later that night, my phone lit up with Instagram notifications. Tessa had posted a tearful thank you video. So blessed to have a family that believes in me. Big things coming. Shabayiju influencer life. So I blessed ju dreams come true. The comments rolled in. Can't wait to see your journey. You deserve this queen. Following for the content. My friend Evelyn from work texted, "She's really milking this, huh?" I replied, "Just wait." The next morning, I walked into the bank early before my regular shift. Sandra in loans knew me well enough not to ask questions when I handed her the notarized agreement. "Everything's in order," I said. "Please make sure all the clauses are entered exactly as written." She nodded, already typing. "The funds should be available by tomorrow." "Perfect." I turned to leave, then paused. "Oh, and Sandra, flag page 7 for special attention during processing. It's important that section is properly recorded." "Of course, honey. I'll handle it personally." Walking to my desk, I passed the bank's wall of motivational quotes. One caught my eye. "Patience is not the ability to wait, but the ability to keep a good attitude while waiting." I smiled. I'd been patient for 28 years. I could be patient a little longer. My phone buzzed. Tessa had tagged me in another post. "Shopping for camera equipment with my amazing big sis. She believes in me so much, she helped make my dreams come true. You blessed shaman sister love." I clicked like and added a heart emoji comment. Let her enjoy her moment. Let them all bask in their certainty that they'd won again, that reliable Olivia had fallen in line like always. The modified clause on page 7 was my own little time bomb, ticking away silently. 3 months, maybe 4, before Tessa's investment imploded, before the payment notices started, before they discovered exactly what they'd signed. I opened my email to find a message from Uriel. "Documents filed. You sure about this?" "Absolutely," I typed back. "Some lessons have to be learned the hard way." Then I turned to my actual work, humming quietly. After all, I had a reputation for being the responsible one to maintain. One night, Mum called me. No pleasantries, just, "You need to fix this." I nearly laughed. 3 months had passed in a blur of Instagram stories and TikTok dances. I'd watched it all unfold from a safe distance, counting down the days. First came the shopping sprees. Designer outfits for content creation, top-of-the-line camera equipment, ring lights that cost more than my first car, then the rented spaces. Tessa's studio turned out to be a luxury apartment she'd leased for shooting lifestyle content. "It's all about aesthetic," she'd explained during one of our mandatory family dinners. Nobody wants to see regular apartment content. Mallory, her influencer mentor, encouraged every expense. "Invest in yourself," she preached during their weekly coaching calls. "You can't attract abundance with a poverty mindset." The first warning sign came when Tessa's engagement numbers plateaued. "The algorithm hates me," she whined during a family brunch. "Mallory says I need to pivot to luxury travel content." "Of course, sweetheart," Mum cooed. "Where are you thinking?" "Dubai first, then maybe the Maldives." Mallory says, "How much is left in the account?" I interrupted, stirring my coffee. Tessa's face clouded. "That's not your business." "Actually, as co-signer, it is." Mom shot me a warning look. "Tessa knows what she's doing. Don't you trust your sister?" I smiled thinly. Trust has nothing to do with basic math. 2 weeks later, Mallory ghosted. Her coaching program disappeared, along with her Instagram account. Tessa was devastated. "She was my mentor," she sobbed during an emergency family meeting. "Now I have to rebuild my whole strategy." "What about the brand deal she promised?" Dad asked quietly. I noticed new worry lines around his eyes. They fell through, but I just need to pivot. Maybe luxury real estate tours I could... When's the last time you made a loan payment? I asked. Silence fell over the room. Tessa suddenly became very interested in her phone. Tessa? Dad's voice sharpened. The payments? I was investing in growth, she protested. Mallory said content creators have to spend money to make money. How many payments have you missed? Mom demanded. Just 3, maybe 4. But once I hit my stride, my phone buzzed. A notification from the bank's loan department. I opened it, already knowing what I'd find. Default notice, I announced. Looks like they're moving to collect. Well, you'll have to help her, Mum snapped. You're the co-signer. This affects your credit too. I took a slow sip of water. Actually, you might want to check page 7 of the agreement. What's on page 7? Dad asked. Oh, just a clause about collateral requirements in case of default. Nothing major. I stood up, gathering my purse. You should probably dig out your copy and review it. Olivia? Mum's voice held a note of panic I'd never heard before. What did you do? Me, I just protected my interests, like any good financial professional would. I headed for the door. Better find those papers quick. Bank moves fast on defaults. Wait! Tessa called after me. You can't just leave. We need to figure this out. I turned back. You know what's funny? Your latest Instagram post about manifesting abundance has more engagement than any of your sponsored content ever did. Maybe that's the universe trying to tell you something. My phone kept buzzing as I drove home. Texts poured in. Tessa, this isn't fair. You have to help me. Mum, call us immediately. This is unacceptable. Dad, please, let's discuss this as a family. I ignored them all and called Evelyn instead. How'd it go? She asked. About how you'd expect. They're just realizing actions have consequences. And the property clause? They haven't found it yet, but they will. I smiled into the darkness. Want to grab a drink? I have a feeling my phone's going to be very busy tonight. At the bar, Evelyn raised her glass. To Karma. To page 7, I counted. My phone lit up again. Tessa had gone live on Instagram, mascara running down her face. Sometimes the people closest to you can be the most toxic, she sobbed to her dwindling followers. I turned the phone face down and ordered another round. The real show hadn't even started yet. Soon they'd find the clause, realise what it meant, understand exactly what they'd signed away with their careless signatures. You know they'll never forgive you, Evelyn said softly. I thought about years of being the responsible one, the reliable one, the boring one, about watching them throw money at Tessa's dreams while I worked overtime to pay my student loans. Good, I replied, because I'm done forgiving them. I said, so glad you brought up paperwork. I went to my room and came back with the contract and a yellow highlighter. The pounding on my apartment door started at 7 a.m. on a Saturday. I'd been expecting them. The bank's final notice had arrived yesterday. Olivia, open this door right now. Mum's voice carried through the hallway like a fire alarm. I took my time, sipping my coffee, checking my hair in the mirror. When I finally opened the door, they burst in like a storm front. Mum in her designer suit, Dad looking haggard, Tessa with puffy eyes and yesterday's makeup. The bank is threatening to take action, Dad said, pacing my living room. We need to figure this out. Figure what out? I settled into my favourite armchair. The terms were quite clear. Clear? Tessa shrieked. They're saying something about property liens. They can't do that. Actually, they can, and they will. I set my coffee down. Would you like to see the exact clause? Don't you dare act smug, Mum hissed. This is your fault. If you had just helped your sister properly, I laughed, like co-signing a blank cheque for her influencer fantasy. Speaking of which, How many followers did you end up with, Tessa? That's not fair. The algorithm. Still blaming the algorithm? Not the $12,000 you spent on that Dubai trip? Or the $5,000 coaching fee Mallory charged before disappearing? You've always been jealous, Tessa sniffled. You couldn't stand seeing me succeed. Succeed? I stood up, walking to my home office. Let's talk about success. I returned with a folder, spreading documents across my coffee table. Bank statements, loan agreements, default notices. Here's your success by the numbers. $60,000 gone in 3 months, $0 in brand deals, 4 missed payments. I tapped each paper for emphasis. And one very important clause about collateral. Dad grabbed the loan agreement, flipping pages frantically. Where is it? What clause? Page 7, I said sweetly. The one you all signed without reading. Mom snatched the contract, her face going pale as she found the highlighted section. In the event of default, the co-signer's liability shall be secured against property at 742 Oak Street. Her voice trailed off. Our rental property? Dad whispered. You put a lien against our rental property. No, I corrected, you did. When you signed without reading, just like you always sign whatever Tessa puts in front of you. You tricked us! Tessa jumped up, mascara running again. This is fraud. Actually, I pulled out one final document, Uriel's notarized statement. Everything was completely legal. You all signed willingly. I even suggested you read it carefully, remember? We're your family, Mum's voice cracked. How could you do this to us? Family? I felt something snap inside. Was it family when you made me work through high school to pay for Tessa's modelling classes? When you refinanced your house to fund her fashion line but couldn't help with my college tuition? That was different, Dad started. Different how? Because Tessa was the golden child? Because her dreams mattered more than my reality? I stood up, suddenly tired of all of it. Well, now reality is calling. The bank wants its money. We'll fight this, Mum declared. We'll get lawyers. With what money? I gestured to the statements. Tessa's broke, the loan's in default, and your precious rental property is about to become bank property. I'll never forgive you for this, Tessa sobbed. Funny, I smiled as that's exactly how I felt every time you took and took and took, knowing I'd be forced to give. What do you want? Dad asked quietly. There must be something. I want you to leave. I want you to deal with this mess yourselves. And I want you to finally understand that actions have consequences. You've ruined us, Mom whispered. No, I opened my apartment door. You did that yourselves. I just stopped preventing it. They filed out slowly, defeated. Tessa paused in the doorway. I really thought I could make it work. I know, I said softly, that's the problem. You always think things will work out because someone else always pays the price. After they left, I poured another coffee and checked my phone. Tessa had already posted a new video. Sometimes toxic family members show their true colours. Shock family trauma, shock betrayal. The comments were not what she expected. Girl, you blew 60K on Instagram photos. Maybe get a real job? This is why you read contracts. I closed the app and called Evelyn. They found out about page 7, I said. How'd they take it? I looked around my quiet apartment, thinking about the years of peace ahead. No more family emergencies, no more financial rescues, no more being the responsible one. They took it exactly how you'd expect, I replied. Like people who never learned that no means no. Until now, Evelyn said. Until now, I agreed. Tessa said, You loopholed us? I looked her dead in the eye. No, I protected myself. You loopholed yourself. The bank's conference room felt too small for the amount of tension it contained. Their lawyer, Mr. Patterson, sat at one end of the table, methodically arranging documents. My family huddled at the other end, with Uriel and me in the middle. Neutral territory, though nothing about this was neutral anymore. "Let's review the situation," Patterson began, adjusting his glasses. "The loan has defaulted. Standard procedure requires us to pursue collection through the designated collateral channels." "This is ridiculous," Mom interrupted. "There must be some mistake. That property has been in our family for 20 years. "The documentation is quite clear." Patterson slid a paper across the table. "The property was offered as collateral, with all parties' signatures properly notarized. We never agreed to that." Tessa's voice cracked. "Actually," Uriel spoke up, pulling out his own copy, "you did. Right here in what we call the security clause. Would you like me to read it?" "This is your fault," Mum hissed at me. "You knew exactly what you were doing." "Yes," I met her gaze steadily. "Just like you knew exactly what you were doing when you pressured me to co-sign." "Ladies," Patterson cleared his throat, "the bank's position is straightforward. Either the loan balance is paid in full within 30 days, or we begin proceedings to claim the collateral property." Dad slumped in his chair. How much to clear it?" "Current balance with penalties and interest, $78,422. Tessa gasped. "But the loan was only $60,000. "Interest accrues daily," Patterson explained, "plus the missed payment penalties." "I can get the money," Tessa declared. "I just need time to build my platform." "Your platform?" I couldn't help laughing. "Your last post got 12 likes, Tessa." 12? And 3 were from Mum's bridge club. "This isn't funny," she snapped. "This is my life." "No," I leaned forward. "This is reality. Something you've been sheltered from your entire life. But guess what? Reality doesn't care about your dreams or your followers or your aesthetic." "Ms. Ryan," Patterson interrupted, addressing Mum, "the bank requires your decision today. Will you be paying the balance, or shall we proceed with the property claim?" Mum's perfectly manicured hands trembled as she reached for her designer purse. We need to discuss this with our own lawyer." "Of course." Patterson gathered his papers. "You have 24 hours to notify us of your decision. After that, we move forward automatically." As everyone stood to leave, Tessa grabbed my arm. "You have to help us. You're my sister." I gently removed her hand. "I am your sister, but I'm not your safety net anymore." "You loopholed us?" Her voice was small, confused. "All this time you knew this would happen?" "No, I protected myself. You loopholed yourself. There's a difference." In the parking lot, Dad tried one last time. "Olivia, please. We can work something out. Family shouldn't do a lot of things," I cut him off. "Family shouldn't play favourites. Family shouldn't exploit each other. Family shouldn't sign contracts without reading them." "I'll never speak to you again," Mum declared, her voice ice cold. "Mum," I smiled sadly, "that might be the first gift you've ever given me." Later that night, my phone exploded with messages from extended family. Apparently, Mum had been busy. Aunt Sarah. "How could you do this to your own parents?" Uncle Bob. "Your mother is heartbroken." Cousin Rachel. "They gave you everything." I forwarded them all to a folder labelled Flying Monkeys and poured myself a glass of wine. On my laptop, I pulled up the property records for 742 Oak Street. The place where Dad had always said he'd retire. The investment he'd chosen over my college fund because Tessa needed the modelling money more. My phone buzzed. A text from Uriel. "You okay?" "Better than okay," I replied. "Just watching karma do its thing." Tessa went live on Instagram again that night. "Sometimes the universe tests us," she sniffled to her dwindling audience. but I'm choosing to see this as an opportunity for growth. Blessed new beginnings. The comments were brutal. Girl, you lost your parents' property over Instagram. This is why you don't trust influencer coaches. Time to get a real job. I closed the app and walked to my window, looking out at the city lights. Somewhere out there, my family was probably huddled around their dining table, desperately trying to find a way out of the trap they'd set for themselves. But for the first time in my life, their crisis wasn't my problem. Their poor planning wasn't my emergency. Their dreams weren't my responsibility. My phone buzzed one last time. A final text from Dad. I hope you're happy. I typed back, I am. And that's what really bothers you, isn't it? Then I turned off my phone and went to bed, sleeping better than I had in years. I stared at Mum, sobbing on the front porch. For the first time in my life, I felt nothing. The for sale sign went up on a Tuesday. By Wednesday, Mum had staged a one-woman protest on the front steps of the rental property, mascara-stained tissues littering the ground around her designer heels. She's been there for 3 hours, my old neighbour Tommy texted, along with a photo. Your dad keeps trying to get her to leave. I didn't respond. Instead, I forwarded the messages to Evelyn, who called immediately. Have you seen Tessa's latest video? She asked without preamble. No, but I'm sure it's riveting. She started a GoFundMe. Save our family legacy, complete with crying emoji and everything. I pulled up the page. Tessa's tear-streaked face filled the screen as she told her version of events. How her jealous sister had tricked the family. How their precious property was being stolen. How she just needed a little help from her amazing followers. Current donations, $43. At least she's finally learning about real income, I muttered. Your mom's making the rounds too, Evelyn continued. She called my mother yesterday, trying to get your work friends to pressure you into doing the right thing. The right thing? I laughed. Like what they did when they... My doorbell rang. Through the peephole, I saw Dad, looking older than I'd ever seen him. I'll call you back, I told Evelyn. I opened the door but blocked the entrance. Yes? Can we talk? He held up a manila envelope. I brought the original loan papers. Maybe if we go through them together? There's nothing to go through. The terms are clear. Your mother's not well, he tried. The stress she caused herself? I crossed my arms. The stress of finally facing consequences. We're your parents. Really? Because for the past 28 years, you've only been Tessa's parents. I was just the backup plan, the responsible one, the boring one. That's not fair. Neither was making me work through a high school while Tessa got dance lessons. Neither was refinancing your house for her fashion line while I took out student loans. Neither was guilt-tripping me into co-signing a loan you knew would default. He slumped against the doorframe. You never meant for it to blow up in your faces, I finished. You never meant for your actions to have consequences. You never meant for me to stop being your safety net. Please, he whispered, we can't lose the property. You already have. I closed the door on his protest and checked my phone. 3 missed calls from Mum, 2 from Tessa, and a string of texts from relatives I hadn't spoken to in years. Then a new notification. Tessa had tagged me in her latest Instagram story. I clicked, despite my better judgment. This is what toxic family looks like. She sobbed to the camera. My own sister, who I trusted, who I loved, betrayed us all. But you know what? I'm choosing forgiveness. I'm choosing to rise above. And I'm asking my amazing followers to help save our family property. The comments were a battlefield. Girl, you spent $60K on Instagram photos and lost your parents' property? This is the best karma story ever. Maybe try getting an actual job. My phone buzzed with a text from Uriel. Banks moving forward with the property claim. You sure you want to see this through? Absolutely, I replied. I walked to my kitchen window, which overlooked the city. Somewhere out there, Mum was probably still sitting on those front steps, playing the victim for anyone who would listen. Dad was probably making desperate calls to lawyers who would tell him exactly what he didn't want to hear. And Tessa was undoubtedly planning her next tearful video, trying to milk the last drops of sympathy from her dwindling audience. My phone lit up again, a message from an unknown number. You heartless bitch! How could you do this to your own family? Aunt Linda. I added it to my blocked list and poured myself a coffee. The morning news played quietly in the background as I prepared for work, just another normal day at the office. Because that's the thing about revenge. It doesn't always come with dramatic confrontations or satisfying showdowns. Sometimes it's just watching quietly as people who never thought they'd face consequences finally run out of chances. I grabbed my keys and headed out, passing my building's bulletin board. Someone had posted a notice about a financial literacy workshop at the local community centre. I paused, took a photo of the contact information. Maybe, when this was all over, I'd volunteer there. Help other people learn to protect themselves from the Tessas of the world. After all, I was pretty good at reading the fine print. I didn't ruin them. They did this to themselves. I just stopped carrying their sins. The auction was held on a crisp autumn morning in the bank's main conference room. I sat in the back, wearing sunglasses and a blazer I'd never worn before. Nobody from my family noticed me. They were too busy huddled in the front row, Mum clutching Dad's arm, Tessa filming everything for her documentary about family betrayal. Lot 247, the auctioneer announced. Property at 742 Oak Street. Starting bid at $300,000. Mum's shoulders stiffened. This was the property she'd bragged about at every dinner party. The investment she'd chosen over my education. Their retirement safety net. 320, called a voice from the middle row. 340, counted another. I watched my father's hand twitch, probably imagining the paddle in his grip, the bids he couldn't make. Their lawyer had already explained. They couldn't participate without proof of funds, which they didn't have. 360, called a familiar voice. I looked up. Mrs. Rodriguez, our old neighbour from when I was a kid, the one Mum always looked down on because she cleaned houses for a living, the one who'd secretly slipped me lunch money during high school when my parents were too busy funding Tessa's modelling portfolio to notice I was skipping meals. 365, someone else tried. 390, Mrs. Rodriguez counted firmly. Mum turned around, face paling as she recognised her former neighbour. The woman she'd once told, "Some people are just meant to be renters." Going once at 390, Tessa's phone kept recording, her mascara starting to run. Going twice. Dad stared straight ahead, shoulders slumped. Sold to bidder number 43. Mrs. Rodriguez smiled, her decades of hard work and careful saving finally paying off. She told me once while I was mowing her lawn for extra cash. Sometimes the best revenge is just succeeding. I slipped out before the paperwork started, but not before hearing Mum's shrill voice. This is a mistake. That property has been in our family for... Mum, the auctioneer cut in, the sale is final. Outside, the autumn air felt clean, new. My phone buzzed with a notification. Tessa had already posted. The most heartbreaking day of my life. Watch my family legacy being stolen by the system. Link in bio for my full story and support fund. The comments rolled in immediately. Girl, this is getting pathetic. Maybe if you hadn't blown 60k on Instagram. Time to get a real job. Then a text from Evelyn. It's done? It's done, I replied. How do you feel? I thought about it. The property was gone. The family's safety net had vanished. Their carefully constructed image of success had crumbled. I feel Light, I typed back. Another notification popped up. A direct message from Mrs. Rodriguez. Thank you for the tip about the auction. The tenants can stay as long as they want, same rent. Some people understand the value of stability. I smiled, remembering how she'd taught me to budget when I was 16, showing me her careful ledgers while Mom was driving Tessa to yet another modelling shoot. My phone rang. Dad's number. I let it go to voicemail, then played the message. Olivia, we never meant... Your mother's devastated. Tessa's talking about moving back home. Everything's falling apart. I hope you're happy with what you've done. I saved the message, a reminder of why I'd done this. Not for revenge, not really, but for justice. For the teenage girl who'd worked overtime while her sister got everything. For the college student who'd eaten ramen while her parents refinanced their house for Tessa's dreams. Walking to my car, I passed a coffee shop window. Inside, a young barista was carefully counting her tips. Something clicked. I pulled out my phone and called the number from that financial literacy workshop flyer. Hi, I said when someone answered. I'm interested in volunteering. I have some experience with financial planning and, let's say, family dynamics. Perfect, the coordinator replied. We're actually starting a new program for young women next month, teaching them about budgeting, loans, protecting their assets. Sounds exactly like what I'm looking for. That evening, I drove past 742 Oak Street one last time. The for sale sign was gone, replaced by Mrs. Rodriguez's under new management notice. In the window, I could see one of the long-term tenants watering her plants, secure in the knowledge her rent wouldn't suddenly spike. My phone buzzed again. Mom's number this time. I declined the call and turned on my favourite playlist instead. Sometimes the best revenge isn't about destroying someone else's world. It's about finally building your own, free from their chaos, their demands, their endless taking. I drove home to my quiet apartment, to my stable job, to my carefully built life. All the boring, responsible things they'd mocked. Turns out boring wasn't so bad after all. Sometimes you don't torch the bridge. You just stop patching the holes and let them fall through. And when they do, you realise the weight holding you down wasn't duty. It was them. Welcome to financial self-defence? I smiled at the dozen young women gathered in the community centre's meeting room. I'm Olivia, and I'm here to teach you what nobody taught me, how to protect yourself from financial abuse. A hand shot up immediately. Like, from scammers? Sometimes, I nodded. But often it's from people closer to home. Family, friends, partners who claim to love you. Another participant leaned forward. Is this about that viral influencer story? The one where the sister lost her parents' property? I kept my face neutral. Actually, that's a perfect example. Let's talk about co-signing loans. After class, while packing up my materials, I noticed one student lingering. She twisted her hands nervously before approaching. My sister keeps asking me to invest in her business ventures, she blurted out. Mum says I'm being selfish for saying no. Let me guess, I said gently. Your sister's the family favourite? Her eyes widened. How did you know? Because some patterns are universal. I handed her my card. Call me if you need help drafting boundaries. Outside, the autumn evening was cooling into winter. My phone showed 3 missed calls, all from unknown numbers. My family's latest tactic was using their friends' phones to try reaching me. I deleted the notifications and opened an email from Mrs. Rodriguez instead. Thought you'd want to know. Your parents tried to rent an apartment in my other building. I declined their application. Some lessons need to stick. A text from Evelyn popped up. Have you seen Tessa's latest post? I checked Instagram reluctantly. Tessa's new profile photo showed her in business casual wear. Her bio changed to social media marketing specialist. Her latest post read, Sometimes rock bottom is where you find your foundation. Just personal growth, just at starting over. The comments were surprisingly supportive. Love this realistic content. Props for getting a real job. Character development we love to see. My phone rang. Uriel's number this time. I answered. Your mother's lawyer reached out again, he said without preamble. They want to discuss a family reconciliation. Still no. They're offering to repay the loan amount. With what money? Apparently Tessa's new job. The answer's still no. I watched a family walking past my car, parents holding their children's hands equally. Some debts can't be repaid with money. You sure? They seem desperate to regain control, I corrected, to rewrite the narrative, to make me the villain who can be redeemed through their forgiveness. Fair point. I drove home, thinking about patterns and cycles and how hard it is to break them, about how sometimes the kindest thing you can do is let people face their own consequences. At my apartment, a package waited by my door. Inside was a handwritten letter from Mrs. Rodriguez and an old photo. Teenage me mowing her lawn, looking tired but proud. Dear Olivia, remember this day? You told me you were saving for college while your sister was at modelling camp. I knew then you'd succeed, not because you were gifted, but because you understood value. Real value, not the kind your family chased. The property is doing well. The tenants send their thanks for the stable rent. Sometimes the best revenge is just living right. Carmen Rodriguez P.S. I heard about your financial literacy classes. Proud of you, girl. I pinned the photo to my bulletin board, right next to the flyer for next week's workshop. Financial boundaries, protecting yourself without guilt. My phone lit up with a final text for the day from that nervous student. I did it. I told my sister no. Mum's furious, but I feel free. That feeling, I typed back. That's your self-respect growing stronger. Keep feeding it. I made dinner in my quiet kitchen, enjoying the peace. No family drama demanding my attention. No sister's crisis to solve. No parents' expectations to meet. On my fridge, held by a magnet, was a quote I'd found during those dark days before the loan default. Sometimes the happy ending isn't getting what you wanted. It's realizing what you deserved all along. My phone buzzed one last time. A comment notification on Tessa's latest post. Someone had written, "Wonder whatever happened to your sister?" Tessa's reply, "She taught me the hardest lesson of my life. Hope someday she knows I learned it." I closed the app without responding. Some bridges don't need to be burned or rebuilt. They just need to stay broken, reminding us why we crossed them in the first place. Besides, I had lesson plans to write. Tomorrow's topic: how to recognize when love becomes a weapon. I had a feeling the class would be full.